chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track, PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending upon where you are watching from. My name is Slow-Mo, and we are here today for some exciting racing with the PHG World Series. This is our 5th round. I'm joined by my colleagues here in the booth, Salamander and Mr. Casual. Salamander, how are you today, sir? What are you expecting from today's races?
Well, thanks, Slow-Mo. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one with the guarantee of rain in this race. The ones that we saw yesterday were really exciting. That first race was a banger. I definitely anticipate this first one is going to be just as good.
Yeah, 100%. Those were incredible races yesterday. Mr. Casual, good morning, afternoon, evening. I'm not actually sure which time zone you're in there, but what are you looking? Obviously, you're going to be on track in our second race. Tell us a little bit about what your approach is going to be today.
It's afternoon for me as I'm on the East Coast.
Okay.
So I'm expecting everyone to probably really push while it's dry for the opening of the race, and then once it starts to pour down, it's curious to see on those who decide to risk it and those who decide to play it safe. But yeah, that's the easy part. Hard part is when you're actually transitioning over from wet to dry.
Yeah, and we saw quite a few different strategies at play yesterday, whether it be intermediate tires, some people, trying to hold out to get onto the wet type compounds, and some of them worked, some of them didn't. So we've got an exciting group of races today. Today we're going to see splits 2, 4, and 5. So let's go ahead and jump into the round information here. We are at the Spa 24-hour layout here. These drivers are first going to run a 10-minute qualifying, and then they've got 25 laps. We have 3 times tires. They're going to be on racing hards. And 3 times fuel. They're in their manufacturer's GR3 models for this race. So a lot of fun to be had here at Spa. As they mentioned, there's rain, so we're going to have a couple different compounds. You're going to see these guys. And don't forget, those racing hards are required. So big decision for the drivers. Do you start on hards? Do you finish on hards? Where do you put those into the mix? Sal, do you mind taking us through the manufacturers?
Sure thing, Slow-Mo. So the manufacturer standings, again, this being a manufacturer series, all the drivers sign up for a particular manufacturer and they run that throughout the entire series. So the top 14 make it to the finals. Leading the charge is Genesis with 431 points, BMW in second with 312, Ferrari in third with 191, Lamborghini with 171, Mazda up in P5 with 158 points, McLaren in sixth with 156, Team Nissan in seventh with 151, Team Chevrolet, go Team Chevrolet, I'm a little biased, with 98 points in eighth place, Porsche with 92 points in ninth place. In 10th, we have Toyota with 44. 11th, Team Lexus with 29 points. 12th, Renault with 12 points. In 13th, we got Honda with 9. And in 14th place, on the bubble, is Citroen with 5 points. Alfa Romeo also has 1 point, which puts them in 15th place. And we have a number of manufacturers that haven't scored any points yet, but are participating. Audi, Ford, Dodge, and AMG are some of them. There are more as well.
Thank you so much, Sal. And, if you're out there thinking of a manufacturer to join, maybe consider one of those that needs some help with some of those points. Mr. Casual, would you mind running us through our point information for today?
Sure thing. Firstly, we have our fastest overall qualifier that gets 5 extra points, and then you have pole of your particular split for another 5. And then if you can manage to get the fastest lap of your split by the end of the race, that's an additional 5. And then you have, if you can lead the most laps, then that's another 5. And finally, if nothing else, if you lead 1 full lap, you get 1 point.
Yeah, just a little bit of clarification for our viewers. You have to lead the whole lap, right? Beginning to end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Here are the drivers we're going to see competing in Split 2. And we have Mr. Flux Flare, driving the Porsche. Slowpoke Rods, CBR, also driving for Team Porsche. PHG Fast Cougar, driving for Team McLaren. Papa Oso, Team Lamborghini. Cornbread, driving for Team Mazda. PHG Ecstasy will be on Team McLaren. SRP, Mr. Racing 40 on Team Nissan. We have somebody giving him the beans for Team AMG. RW driving for Team BMW. Old Man Pip in the Renault. And PHG SPC in the Genesis. Root on Team PHG, also on Team Genesis. And PHG Strict 9 in the Nissan, with one of my teammates there, BHR Johnny Boy, in the Lexus. So really good split group of drivers we've got there in the split. And anybody that you guys expect to run away with this split too?
I'd say that Flux Flare, being a provisional driver, he had actually qualified pretty high in split one, but was unable to race on Friday, so he dropped down to split two here on Saturday. Expect to watch him and to put on a good show today.
Yeah, hopefully he can execute the strategy he's looking to and make it work. I know these guys have absolutely been putting in a ton of practice. Everybody like Fred and myself were watching yesterday's races with notepads, trying to figure out exactly how we're going to come at this third race today. So we've got quite a bit of racing for you guys today. 3 races, all spa. It is going to be exciting, not to mention the rain. Mr. Casual, anybody in that list particularly that you have your eyes on today?
I'm going to probably keep an eye out for Fast Cougar in the McLaren, because I think McLaren's not the worst in the dry. Though I will say it has a monstrous fifth gear that you can really rev out. But I think the MR cars will shine when the rain gets here. So any MR cars in that split, I'm definitely curious to see on who's got the cojones, so to speak, to push the limit without going over that actual limit. So that's who I'm going to be initially keeping an eye out for.
Very nice. Yeah, we saw in yesterday's races, the beginning of the race seems to start dry, and somewhere between 9 and 10 laps, I think that rain's going to hit, and hopefully these guys are in a good position on the track to be able to get in and get those wet compounds on. Because if you are not, getting stuck out in that torrential downpour on slick tires is no fun. I speak from experience. So. Oh, and remind me, was that split 1 or 3 yesterday where we saw a bunch of people coming into the last chicane there that just didn't brake, didn't turn, and
I
It was
noticed.
both of them, actually. I think
was it both of them? Okay.
in both the races we saw just as the rain hit. Because the other tricky thing is that the rain hits just after the night comes, so it's hard to judge just what's going on. You got to watch that rain meter, and it seemed like a matter of just a corner before it really started to affect your tires. I believe in split one yesterday, we saw the first, I think it was 5 guys get through the corner and get into the pits, and then place number 6 all of a sudden had no stopping power and went flying through, and I think 3 or 4 others did the exact same thing. So, and then when we watched split 3, it was a carbon copy, same sort of thing
Yeah.
happened. So, really interesting. Guys gonna have to keep an eye on that rain gauge for sure.
And it looks like we have drivers hitting the track here to get their qualifying laps started.
One quick
S2C being
correction
the
to
first
the,
one out.
I was going to say one quick correction of the bonus points Shaggy had said in chat is that to lead a lap, you just need to cross the finish line first. You do not
Oh, okay.
lead the
All right.
entire lap. So just quick correction.
Okay.
Good information. We were discussing that watching the stream last night and weren't quite sure, but glad we could clarify that. And we are checking out some of the liveries as these guys work through their outlap here to get prepared to put their qualifying laps in. Mr.
Best
Casual,
thinks he's in an EV.
yeah, right. Mr. Casual, I'm going to come over to you. Talk to me a little bit about what your qualifying strategy is going to be. Are you going back into the pits? When are you doing that? How are you going to work this?
So I'm probably kind of on the fence, but I'm probably end up going to come out of the pits when qualifying starts for my split. I'm probably initially, I'll probably still be on softs, but I'm probably going to burn fuel for probably 2 laps, because I want, with how long the pit is, I don't want to risk not being able to set a time, so I'll probably push the rev limiter to burn some fuel and then try to get a hot lap in towards the end of the session. So we'll see if it works out for me or not, but I'll give it my best go.
Yeah, very good. And you'll see a couple different approaches from drivers. Some guys may as Mr. Casual is discussing, try to burn some fuel early. With that being said, they have to run through the pit lane, go in and make their pit stop, where you're going to see some other drivers that may just reset to the pits. That will refill their gas tank. So, there are a couple different approaches these guys can take. The advantage to resetting to the pit is you don't have to, run that whole extra lap just to waste some fuel, and it can save a little bit of time. Dr. Pepper livery there on SPG. I love the Dr. Pepper stuff. And it looks like Papa Oso and Fast Cougar are both straight into the pits after their out laps. CBR guys never disappoint. Livery. Yep, little Jeff.
Yeah. All right. I mean, it makes sense for the Porsche because the Porsche always has good grip. Okay.
And SRP Mr. Racing 40 here is also known as Full Throttle and runs the Full Throttle Racing team in IRO, which I compete with. So used to racing with FTR here. I guess I just call him Full Throttle rather than the SRP Mr. Racing. So, but yeah, watching him compete has been, and competing in that league has been really fun.
There we get a look at that Strychnine livery. That's a sharp one. And as you can see, right above his time there, he is on a hot lap. So if they were still on an out lap, you'd see the words out lap right above that time. So we've got these guys trying to put their best times down, get themselves a good starting position on the grid. There is Mr. Ecstasy in that
anime style livery there. I like how Old Man Pip, he's always got AARB. And that's the fun there. Little Niagara on the back. Well done.
Oh, that's good
clean
stuff.
livery.
It is clean. It looks great.
Oh, yeah.
My teammate, Johnny Boy, running the Lexus there.
Very nice.
Hopefully he is not blue at the end of the race.
All right.
And our first time coming in there is going to be 2:18.818 from Mr. Beans. That does show red, but that may be a little lobby glitch. Cornbread putting himself up into P2. No? P3 currently, SPC.
Pit strategy.
Yeah.
SPC up there with a 2:19.1. SPC is might be a sleeper in this one. He's very fast. Not
Here comes Slowpoke route.
Got a number of 2-minute 20s in this session, it looks like. You expect to see a number of them drop down, at least down into 2:19s.
Yeah, that is fast.
All right.
That is fast. There's a lot of track to use here, but you almost have to be a little bit more cautious with it as soon as those curbs get wet, because they are just so dangerous. And they seem to hold a lot of water as well.
Yeah, that transition from the dry to the wet is bad, but transitioning from the wet back to the dry is almost sometimes a little more precarious. We talked about that yesterday on the stream, where you're trying to sort of weigh the pros and cons over getting onto the faster tire, but now having a much skinnier racing line to have to deal with. You get off that racing line and away you go, and if you get stuck behind somebody, it's a lot harder to pass when you get off those rain tires. So
yeah,
we'll see. The qualifying today though is much different. The qualifying they had during the week, Beans is up 6/10. But yeah, the qualifying that we had during the week was all in the heavy rain, whereas the qualifying today, just to set your starting position, is in the dry. So we're seeing totally different times than we did during the qualifying in the middle of the week. Down into the 2:18s, 2:19s, 2:20s. During the week, we were seeing 2:36s, 2:35s as qualifying time. So there's about a 20% drop off once the rain hits, or a 20-second drop off when the rain hits.
Beans making his way in. Another.
Oh my.
2:18.4 flat. That is a fast time.
Yeah, and he
flirting with that
immediately went back to
17.
the pits, get a fresh tank of fuel and some fresh tires.
He's gonna. Let me see it. He's gonna have a hard time actually making it around. I think there's a minute and a half, or no, I think it's is it 2 minutes of runoff or a minute and a half of runoff at the end
2-minute
here.
runoff is what they said yesterday, so I believe that Tosum was right with that.
All right.
Yeah, that's gonna be really close. You're gonna be going 2:20 or so on your hot lap. Yeah, I guess he will get in just under that.
As we watch Johnny Boy coming through the bus stop here. Let's see if he can. He is
Fast
not going to
Cougar
beat
up
the
into
top
P2.
time.
Okay.
Johnny Boy put himself in 9th.
Papa Oso
Papa
up in
Oso
P3.
with a big jump. Yeah.
All right.
19 flat. Seems to be a big difference between first and third. You got Beans and Fast Cougar in the low to mid, or the low 218s, and then Papa Oso is a 219 flat. But this is not over with.
Yeah.
PC up in 4th,
Let's see.
just past the time check. Anybody notice if he was up?
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was up just a 10. SPC using as much track as he can. Needs to hit that apex. I struggle with hitting some of these apex, especially when you get to the wet track. That makes it even more difficult to steer your car through some of these turns.
Yeah, the Genesis is a big, heavy car, but it's got a lot of power.
Oh, yeah.
On the long sections, it certainly likes to pull away from some of these other cars, like the McLaren and the Porsche. But with the twisty sections, cars like the McLaren and the Porsche certainly seem to have the advantage. So this track is kind of a tale of almost two different runs with two different strengths for people to deal with. So it'll be exciting to see how they manage that, especially when the rain gets here. Looks like SPC is close enough. He might be getting a tow off of the car in front, and he's still about a 10th up. So
okay.
Yeah, and that's where you want to be. You want to get the.
Oh yeah.
I didn't catch who let him by. Oh, Strict 9 there. Fair play to Strict.
Yeah, Strict had a penalty.
Strict 9 had a 3-second penalty. So
that's a pit lane exit. Boy, and this bus stop here, when you get a heavy vehicle, that body roll really makes it tricky when this track gets wet. So that makes it very difficult for some of those Genesis drivers.
And Strict improved.
Did make it.
I mean, yeah. Sorry.
And we watched quite a few folks. Yep, coming through the start-finish here. They are on a final lap. We're just past the 10-minute mark. Kind of looking over at the map layout. I don't know if we're going to have anybody else sneak another lap in after these guys cross the line or not. Beans might be able to get through.
Yeah, it looked like not a lot of drivers improved on that last run through, but yeah, Beans will probably make it to the line. I'm not sure if anybody else will. So.
And he is all by himself up there too.
Yeah, plenty of clean air, plenty of room to work with the track and kind of get the fastest line. Not having to contend with anybody, especially in qualifying, is very important. There are definitely spots where getting the tow is helpful, but all those twisty sections. Oh, and he runs wide.
Just a little wide on Blanchimont.
He kept it straight though, man. That corner is really tough where you get your tires out onto the green stuff and it can spin you around. It didn't look like he wiggled at all.
Even on controller where you have more artificial grip, it's still pretty sketchy going out wide like that.
As he comes into the final chicane, see if he's got any improvement over that time.
15, 16, 17. He does not, so he will.
Okay.
Well, he's going to remain in first either way. Let's see. Can Cornbread get himself through? He's got plenty of time to get here to the start finish.
Oh, yeah. And let's see what he got for us. He's got a... No.
Oh.
Wow.
Almost the exact same time.
It was. What was that? 2 1,000ths shy of his previous time there.
Mm-hmm.
So we have got a starting grid set and ready to go for our first race of 3 today.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Casual, you want to run us through the starting grid, please, sir?
Sure thing. In first, we have Beans with a 218.077. In second, we have PHG Ecstasy with a 218.653. Then in third, we have Flux Player with a 218.717. And fourth, we have PHG Fast Cougar with a 218.744. Then in fifth, we have Cornbread with a 218.779. In sixth, we have PhD SPC with a 219.068. Then in seventh, we have Papa Oso with a 219.097. Then in eighth, we have SRP MR Racing with 219.322. Then in ninth, we have PhD Root with a 220.291. In 10th, we have PhD Strict 9 with a 220.365. Then in the 11th, we have Slowpoke Rods representing CBR with a 220.475. Then we got Old Man Pip with the 220.586. And last but not least, we have BHR Johnny Boy with a 220.673.
Whew. All right. Well, I guess the next question is, which tires are these guys going to start with? Man, it's funny. Fredbird and I have been talking about this since the first race started yesterday, and I still am undetermined. What do you guys think? What would be your preference after seeing the races we saw yesterday?
So I would say before yesterday's races, everyone probably would have done softs. But you seen like depending on how fast or slow you are, the softs may or may not make it for you. Because you seen the faster splits by the end of those who were on softs, it's like they were really struggling for grip. So I think some might if they don't want to start on hard, I think they might actually go mediums on the initial stint. But if you're at the say like bottom half of the field, then you may as well actually just start on the hards. So I guess it ultimately depends on where you're starting. How about you, Sal?
Yeah, I think what we saw yesterday is that the first dry stint is shorter than the second dry stint. So if you can start on the hards and just get that out of the way, then you can run longer on the softer compound later on. But it's really a matter of whether or not your car can handle it too.
Mm.
I think we saw that a lot of the MR cars are able to save the tire enough that they could run the softs. Granted, I think we saw a few where the tire was pretty dead when the rain came. Otherwise, the racing mediums certainly give you more life and will stay viable a lot longer, but will certainly be slower, for the first half of that stint. So I don't know. It's really kind of a toss up. I think we saw both strategies yesterday, whether it be starting on hard or starting on one of the softer compounds. I think in the first race we only had one or two drivers start on the hards. Almost everybody started on the softer compound, and it was kind of the opposite in the second race. There were a lot more that started on hards and then switched to the soft ones later. I think personally, I would do what Mr. Casual was saying. If I qualify near the front, start on your softer compound and use the hards later. But if you qualify near the back, just get the hards out of the way right off the bat.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, for me, I definitely want to get the hard compound out of the way. But then again, if you got a chance to stay with a lead pack in the beginning, it could be an advantage to be on medium tires there. But of course, then when it gets to the end and you might have some door-to-door racing, you might be on the hard compound. So it could come back to bite you. I don't think the softs are viable, like you said, Mr. Casual. I mean, we saw some guys yesterday try it, and by the time they were door-to-door with other drivers, it just was no good. All right, here we are. We're on track. Drivers are lined up. Lights are flashing.
Good luck, drivers.
Good luck to everybody is right.
Hope everyone
Here
paid
we
up
go.
on their life insurance.
No false start.
Lights are out. And
good.
wheels are rolling.
Okay.
Beans with a very nice start there. You can see Ecstasy and Fast Cougar behind them. And we got a couple people too wide.
Okay.
It looks like we got off the line there without too much incident.
A little busy back there.
It is a
they're
little busy.
Certainly jockeying for position, but everybody's kept it clean so far. Looks like they might be 3 wide, getting further
Yeah,
back.
look at that.
Woo!
The front 3 file in line, and then you got guys in 3 wide.
Oh,
Ecstasy running just a bit wide there. Going to get himself back on track nice and quickly, but I don't think it cost him too terribly much.
Yeah.
Fast Cougar and Beans are trying to pull away just ever so slightly from the group, and there's Ecstasy reminding him he's not far off. You can see
Fast
Cornbread.
Cougar's just glued to his bumper, not letting him get away at all on this first lap.
Yeah.
He
All
is.
that 2 wide behind him is letting them get away from the pack a
Okay.
bit. Looks like Fast Cougar's got the move.
Yep.
That was a nice move by Cougar, taking the inside there. And is Beans going to work a switchback on him? Oh, Fast Cougar's on the soft. Is that right? Well, there you go. That makes a lot of sense why he was able to make that move look so easy. You can see Cornbread sniffing Estacy's tailpipe there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, looks like Mr. Beans must have just had a bobble, because now he's back into the clutches of Estacy and Cornbread.
Uh-oh. All right.
Fast Cougar's getting away.
Yeah. That's the thing about the softs. They get up the temp really quick.
Papa Oso ran just a touch wide. We're going to take a look back here and see Lacombe, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. And look at these guys. There's a pack of wolves there, isn't it? Woo. So there's Papa Oso sneaking on the inside.
Got a little love tap from Flux Flare. So that's why he didn't get a pin. Because normally when you go off there, you get a pin.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, penalties are just, they're really, they're going to ruin your race here, because as you get served that penalty, you are going to get passed by somebody.
Yeah, it looked like
Back
you got
on
a lot of elbows out going through that section, but yeah, when you're too wide on a track like this, it's hard to not bump a little bit. And we've seen it, the smallest gap can certainly send people off. Didn't look like there was anything really egregious there, but certainly some things to look at.
Right.
Number of penalties from a couple of drivers that they made it through. Looks like Root and Papa Oso each have a 5-second or a half-second.
Yeah, Blair kind of touched back in behind SPC there. Decided not to push too hard. Knows he's going to get a pass done if they serve those penalties, and he hasn't passed them yet. So.
Yeah, I think Flux is going to try to be right on SPC's gearbox, so he can try and leapfrog them both.
Yeah, that half-second penalty slows you down just enough to get 2 passes done. Would make sense if he is in good position, like you say, Mr. Casual.
Mm-hmm.
It also looked like Root back in 9th also has a penalty as well. So a few of them going around here in these opening laps.
All right.
And something for our viewers to consider, the pit lane here takes forever. What would you say? I felt like it was 50 seconds somewhere along that lines. I mean, it is not fast. So these guys want to stay out of the pits if at all possible.
It's basically as long as the Le Mans pit stop is, because that one's another one that has a particularly long loss.
And Flux Flare taking the inside there, sneaking right by Papa Oso.
All right.
SBC as they serve their penalties, so he should be off and running. But now we got still a pack of 3 behind him. I think it's Papa Oso, Slowpoke Rod, and SBC that are all still got a heck of a race going on for 5th place here.
Yeah, that mid-pack's they're kind of bottled up at the moment. Some getting pins here and there. And so he did. Yeah,
he did end up getting one.
Yeah, he ended up going a little wide at Blanchimont, I think it was. And so that must be where you picked up that pin from.
And while we watch these guys set up for this uphill section here. Shout out to TK's running our broadcast today. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Show some love. TK1 providing us all these fantastic camera angles we are looking at. There is SPC right on the back of Slowpoke rods. And of course, it's like those three are going to hang out today, I think.
It looks like this pack of 4 is staying really tight, and it appears that behind them is another pack of 3 or 4. That the racing is kind of split into 3 different sections. We got the front 5, then another 4, and then another 4. They all seem to be
Johnny
remaining
Boy
tight.
also had a half-second penalty there, so he will potentially lose a position to Old Man Pip. Oh. Whoa, we got a little something going on.
That's SPC. Ooh.
And I didn't see what caused that, but let's go back and take a look at the replay here. We're on board with SPC. Oh, just lost it a little bit, huh?
Yeah, it looked like he got on it a bit too early and then tried power out of it. I guess it was just too much for the car to handle.
Yeah, and Mr. Casual, you were talking about the power that Genesis has. If you don't apply that power gracefully, you can pay for it, as we see there. So back to Mr. Racing, who has Strychnine and Johnny Boy. And I think there's a fourth one there. I didn't get to see who it was. Old Man Pip.
Johnny Boy's serving this penalty now.
Yep.
He'll drop back.
Okay.
Old Man Pip steps up, takes that position.
It looks like that penalty might have put Johnny Boy outside of the slipstream. So
that's exactly what I was getting ready to say. That half-second penalty really put a hurt on him there. And so far, our fastest lap is from Fast Cougar with the 2:18.633 as we watch Slowpoke. Oh, nope, moving over to Fast Cougar. In the lead, on the softs, and almost 4 seconds away from Beans in second place. So those soft compounds seems to be paying off for him here in the beginning of the race. I would imagine you're going to have to get a pretty substantial lead as you start to have that tire degradation play into account later on.
Yeah, because once those softs start going off, Beans will probably start catching him up before the rain a little bit. So
I would imagine once the rain starts, the nice thing is if he can pull a big enough lead, McLaren's certainly going to have an advantage in the rain as well. So Fast Cougar looking like he's in a pretty good spot, having used that racing soft. You will have to switch to the hards. I haven't seen, has anybody else started on the hards? It looks like almost everybody's running softs to mediums to start with.
He's looking through there. I'm only seeing softs and mediums, so Slowpoke is also on the softs.
Yeah, so everybody's going to be in this
there's a hard
there at the end. Well, Flux Flare is on the hard. All right, Flux Flare might make a big comeback in the second half of the race. We're going to have to watch for him. So no surprise that he dropped down. He was my one to watch at the beginning. We're definitely going to have to see once the rain goes away, see him charge through the field.
Papa Oso also on the hards. Let's see what Root did. Root went hards. Okay.
We did have a few of those guys at the back then. So.
All right.
Mr. Racing on the medium.
That's kind of like something I would do in the GT World Series is I would see people start on the softer compound at the beginning of a race, but I always had a mentality of saving the faster tire for the end because you can extend those softer tires because you'll have less fuel.
Okay, that's good. A good thought for those of you guys who are getting ready to race here this afternoon as well. And I thought, I'm trying to remember, didn't we see somebody run the soft compounds with the Alpha yesterday?
Yeah, that was T-Rex Farm.
Yeah,
that Alpha is really good on tires. You can probably run maybe not the whole race, but race quite a bit on those soft compounds. That really has the advantage. I mean, the disadvantage of the Alpha is it doesn't have that straight line speed during these long sections.
Yeah, and I think we saw he really struggled on those as he got towards the end of his stint on those tires. As we watch Corporal going purple through the first section here. He's trying to hunt down Mr. Beans. the magical fruit.
Cornbread also on the softs. Didn't we say Mr.
Yeah.
Bean's starting on the medium? So it's
Mm.
entirely possible. Cornbread with the tire advantage might be able to run him down. We'll see as time goes on. Certainly, we're seeing that tire wear already. So if he's going to try to get up there and get past, he's going to try to need to do it as soon as possible so he doesn't get to the point where the tires are halfway worn. And then, having the compound advantage kind of gets negated once they've started to wear down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. And once those tires, once you see about halfway on that gauge we've got on the bottom left-hand corner, they are just not as viable as you'd like them to be. So you have to be quite cautious once you get past that halfway point.
Got Slowpoke rods and Flux Flare running both in Porsches. Similar spots on the track, but we saw Slowpoke rods on the softs, Flux Flare on the hard. So
Yeah, so
Flux Flare definitely showing some pace here.
Yeah, to be able to hang with somebody on soft tires that close, that's impressive. And here we go, jumping on board with Mr. Racing, who's on mediums, and then Root, I believe Root was on the hards.
That is
I
correct.
could be wrong. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Racing's in the slipstream here, trying to see if he can get caught up before they get to the final chicane. I'm not sure if he's quite going to get it, but if he can hang with them for another lap, especially as we go up through Eau Rouge and on the Kemmel Straight, might be able to pull off something. He's staying right with him.
Great positioning. Nice job there through the chicane.
Yeah, curious if he'll stay behind to save fuel or if he'll go ahead and go for the overtake.
Well, and you also bring up a good point. Following somebody can keep you in the slipstream, but it's likely going to eat your tires up just a touch quicker, as we saw in yesterday's second race with a couple folks that were in a really good spot. They had good tires. They kind of got hung up behind somebody, and next thing you know, their tire degradation was not as good as they'd like it to be. So looking back from Root at Mr. Racing, you can see that gap has increased just a bit. Mr. Racing still in the slipstream.
Yeah, Root definitely had a much better turn one exit, which allowed him to pull away. And that Genesis has so much torque that it really, on that long straight, we saw that yesterday, would pull away from people even in the slipstream. But as soon as we got to the twisty section here, we see Mr. Racing starting to close in, which is no surprise. Knowing him, I'm sure he will try going for a pass as soon as he has the opportunity to do so. And it looks like that opportunity might be coming.
A little contact there. We got a close look at that Genesis backside.
Yeah, might have been a little bit of net code, but yeah.
It could have been. No harm, no foul. Let's take another look as they're coming into this left-hand turn corner. Yeah, net code, touchy contact, I don't know, maybe a little bit of both. Wasn't too bad, no problems.
He's still well within that slipstream range. If he can stay there as they come through these two right-hand corners and onto the long section, that's where he can really use that slipstream to start pulling him in. If Root can stay far enough ahead, that Genesis can continue to pull away, even in the slipstream, but he needs to be near the edge of it with only half a second.
Yeah, he doesn't have a big gap at all.
He's catching them, but real slowly.
And
I think the thing Mr. Racing's going to have to do is try to stay with him a little better coming through some of that twisty section so he can make the move. May have to be within a quarter second to really make that slipstream work. And we saw the last lap, turn one was where Root really started to pull away, so we'll see how he does. If he can stick with him this time or if Root can put a gap again.
Root made a very nice line through the chicane there. Let's see how he gets out of the hairpin. Letting that Genesis open up its legs a little bit, get going. And you can see Papa Oso just a little bit ahead of Root.
Shouldn't be too much longer before the rain starts creeping, I think.
Yeah, it looks a little misty, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's getting dark, and so, don't forget everyone that we race in tonight, so it's going to be interesting once the sun sets.
Yeah, one of the neatest things about the way this race is set up, and Shaggy had mentioned that, he's got it set to basically go through a full 24 hours of the day, right? So it's set to go really quick. So these guys are going to see the sunset. They're going to see it come back up again.
Windshield wipers just turned on there for a second.
Ah.
I'm not sure if that was an indicator of some rain. They stopped right away.
And they are
Yeah.
on lap 7. We really saw the rain hit most of the other races on lap 9, maybe late on 8. So let's see if there is a difference in when that rain actually starts. And boy, the other thing we noticed yesterday is when that rain starts, it comes in a hurry.
Man, Fast Cougar has really checked out of this race so far. He has put a lot of distance on P2, and then everybody else has kind of started to spread out. I mean, we got this battle between Root and Mr. Racing here, and it looked like some close stuff back in 10th, 11th, and 12th, but everybody else is kind of spread out a bit.
Yeah, Mr. Racing's got the tire advantage on the mediums. Root is on the hard, but it looks like that power that Genesis has on the straights is just been able to help keep Mr. Racing at bay behind him there.
Yeah, as long as Root can hold him off in the twisty section, and just gets just enough away coming out of these corners. Seems like we get to this chicane, and he always pulls right up on him, but then Root gets such a good exit. Root obviously is concentrating more on the exit speed than the corner entry speed.
Yeah, great camera perspective. If you're wondering what VR looks like, it's this right here. Except you can turn your head.
Always did have a good acceleration, so even on the harder tire, you see how crucial that acceleration is for the car, because it's almost like a second-hand form of defense.
Look really close to a pen.
Yeah, I think
that
he
was
might have
very
been
close.
Okay.
And you saw those two were right almost bumper to bumper in the chicane there, and now you can see Root is about a half second ahead. So just another example as we watch Mr. Racing go in purple through that first section. Really nice section for him.
It's pretty much maintaining that half-second gap. We're seeing it kind of rubber band back and forth a little bit, but as an average, he seems to just kind of be stuck there. Can't, pulls up on his bumper, but can't quite get the pass made. I fear that even if he could get the pass made, Root would definitely have an advantage on the longer section. So it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out once they come in for tires, once the rain's over with, and then the tire advantage switches.
And checking in here with our leader, Fast Cougar, who has just over a 4-second lead over Beans. And those softs look a little bit rough, but it looks like he is going to run his strategy almost perfectly as he is just about to start lap 9. The question for me is he going into the pits now, or is he going to try and sneak in one more lap? He passes the pits, so he is going to stay out.
I think we saw this yesterday. All those soft runners are really going to run those things all the way down and try to make it. Because it doesn't make sense to pit, to a different racing compound just before the rain hits. You kind of, but at the same time, you don't want to come in too early and eat up your rain tires too. Because on a dry track, the wet or the intermediate tires degrade real fast if there's no rain on the track.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And, you mentioned putting the rain tires on and watching them get eaten up. As we see Root and Mr. Racing come into the pits, the one disadvantage we have up here in the booth is we don't get to see the weather radar that is available to the drivers. So looks like maybe some of these guys, a couple drivers coming in, so maybe they see something on that radar. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to our leaders if they can get around on this next lap before it gets too wet out there.
Yeah, if anything, what we saw yesterday was a lot of the guys that were in the second half of the field, got caught in the rain on that final chicane leading into the pits. And maybe these guys watched, and they know that even if the rain hasn't started falling yet, they may just have to sacrifice eating up that tire for half a lap, 2/3 of a lap in order to not get into a situation that's uncontrollable at the end.
As we take a look at Flux Flare here, who is trying to close that gap between him and Slowpoke Rods just a little bit.
Really impressive that he's
Although-
been able to hang with him with such a tire disadvantage.
Right, between the hards and softs. I mean, it is a substantial difference when you're talking about grip.
Now it's getting dark, and we knew that as soon as it got dark, that's when the rain came yesterday. We'll see if that same time frame happens today. We got some people on the final fast section.
When it gets dark fast. I mean, by the time these guys are done with this lap, it's going to be pitch black on them. So there is Papa Oso running in P7 currently.
Oh,
he's got about 5 seconds between him and Strychnine. We have report of raindrops.
Rain
so I would anticipate anybody that hasn't been into the pits is going to make their entrance here. Can Papa these Oso guys...
I'd say Papa Oso for sure, and those two drivers ahead may have to take that final chicane real gently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Fast Cougar timed that almost perfectly, getting himself into the pits. There goes Beans, Cornbread, Flux Flare.
Yeah, it looks like we're definitely in intermediate territory. Papa Oso definitely slowed it down good enough.
Well done. Those racing slicks are
Strychnine's the last one still on the racing compound. He's going to have to be very careful.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be almost full wets by the time he gets to this final chicane. Braking, you have to brake real soon.
Yeah.
Now. Yes, he is.
Can't say I blame him.
And if you're looking, there is a rain meter. If you look down right next to where the tire meter is, there's a meter right to the left of that. You'll see that is the rain meter. There's 3 sections on that. So that's what we're referring to when we'll talk intermediates or wet territory. And it is up into the wet territory for sure right now. On board with Root, he took the full wets. So another question for you, Mr. Casual. You going full wets or are you going intermediate?
I think if you're at the front, you'll want to do wets because if you don't know, if you're in a wet race like this, you'll have less grip if you're at the front. But if you're at the back, you'll actually have more grip because you have more cars driving on the track trying to dry it out once it starts to dry out. But if you're at front, you definitely want to be going wets. Plus, they are a bit safer with how much rain falls in this race.
And we get a good view there from Mr. Racing as you see some of the challenges these guys face as it rains. Just being able to see where you're going is tricky.
Oh, yeah.
With all that water getting splashed up. And like you mentioned, the water dispersion for the cars ahead of them can give a little bit of a dry line. So you may actually also see some guys come off of the racing line in order to keep those tires nice and cool and try and stretch them out a little bit further. And it is just incredible how much these guys can push these vehicles wet conditions. I mean, it takes practice. You simply cannot just jump out there and make this happen. And we jump on board with Des to see who is on the intermediates. He's gotten himself ahead of Cornbread. He's got about 7 seconds between him and Beans. And then you see Cornbread is less than about a half second behind him there.
Yeah, so I participated in a practice race with TKs the other day, and for this wet stint, I did enters. It was definitely really sketchy, and you lose some time for a few laps with the enters. But once it starts to dry out, that's when I think SSC will actually make up some time.
Yeah, we saw something similar with Shaggy. It didn't look like it quite played out the way he wanted to, but boy, as the track started drying out, Shaggy was able to just kind of keep running and run those intermediates a little bit further. Those wets, once that track's dry, those wets are probably no good for even a full lap on dry track, so that can get really touchy.
Because I guess one scenario you could want to do enter is if you plan on running long. After it starts drying up. If you plan on running long, then you might be better served going enters. But if you plan on trying to box as early as possible, then you might be better off with wets.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Do you think that differs at all when you're talking about the difference between split 1 and split 5, for example? I mean, I'm speaking for myself here. It can be a little intimidating to jump on intermediates when you probably should be on wets, even though you're going to be able to run them in a little bit longer. I wonder if that makes sways anybody's decision as we get into these splits, like 4 and 5 coming up next.
It can really depend on the lobby's pace. It's like they all pitted on lap 9, whereas if you're in a slower split, then maybe by the time the rain gets there is actually maybe say lap 10, maybe 11, depending. It just really depends on the overall lobby and how fast or slow all the drivers are.
And we see Cornbread trying to close that gap there between us to see. It doesn't look like he's trying to position for a move. I think he's just trying to keep his position right now.
I think Cornbread right now is just dying to try to get around him with, having the tire advantage right now, like we mentioned before. As the track starts to dry out, those intermediates are really going to come alive. If Cornbread hasn't been able to make the pass, STC will probably be able to start getting away from him a bit more. With that said, he, as we talked about, the time multiplier is like maxed out on 30 times. So once the rain stops, I believe it gets to be light about that time, and it does dry out pretty quick. So there's a limited amount of time that the drivers have that those intermediates are going to be an advantage before everybody's going to start switching back to racing.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I'm talking about as we're looking at SSC from Cornbread's view. It's like you see how much moving around you do on the inters.
Cornbread got the run.
Yeah. You might be looking for it going into the bus stop.
And you can see Slowpoke has now gotten himself caught up to these two as they're not necessarily battling, but kind of working with each other maybe. And then also Flux Flare right back behind them as well. So a little fluffle of 4 vehicles there, and there he goes.
Flux really made that slide. It looked like he power slid coming out of that corner, but was able to keep it down and got the run on Slowpoke. Slowpoke's got the inside line.
Yeah. Made it work. Easy does it.
Getting on that power.
And he'll probably let him back out of it, yeah.
Slowpoke was tucked behind Ecstasy and had the slipstream advantage.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and a nice move there by Flux to...
Ecstasy picked up a 10.
Oh, so did Flux.
Flux picked up a 10.
Oh, did Flux? Oh, goodness. He was getting himself into a good position there to get by Slowpoke rods, but Slowpoke's is going to take an early break and let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to benefit Slowpoke rods the most. All he now needs to do is sort of hang with these guys and stay close. That once they serve their pens, there's going to be 2 free spots.
Flux taking the inside there from Ecstasy. Very nice move. Ecstasy going for the switchback. Can he get it done? He does.
Yeah.
We are trading positions like baseball cards here. A little wiggle from Flux, but he does a great job keeping that car going in the right direction.
Going everywhere but straight.
Man, and these guys battling is certainly helping Slowpoke rods stay right on their bumper.
Yes, it is.
Kind of makes it easy street for him to stay there. If these guys would get in line and try to get some speed away from him, maybe they could hold him off in the penalty zone, but not seem to be the case here. Cornbread right up in front of him. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled away more.
And we're going to take a look at that double switchback, if you will. So there is Ecstasy. Cornbread sneaks right by. Or Flux Flare, excuse me. There goes Ecstasy right back onto the inside.
Classic switcheroo.
That's beautiful.
Let Flux kind of dive in deep, and then Ecstasy with the better break and pulled him right behind him. But Flux was just keeping that battle on. Side by side going into Puan.
Yeah.
Yep, and then got it back there.
Oh, really great racing by these two. I mean, some slight touches, but nothing that even moved each other out.
Now, just a little fist bump. I don't even think they traded much paint there.
It looks like the
As-
rain gauge has just gotten back down into the intermediate territory. So this might be a time where we see the intermediate runners, kind of show what they got.
That's right. Yep, just starting the 13th lap here, as the rain may have concluded. I don't know. It could. I've seen some practice lobbies where it stops for just a second, and then you get to a different part of the track, and it's still raining there. This is a pretty big track, so it can be raining in certain sections where maybe not others. And you see those guys start to space out a little bit. Cornbread just about a half second ahead of Flux. Flux about just over a second in front of Slowpoke. And Cornbread has picked himself up a half second.
Interesting. Okay.
That'll be another free spot for Flux.
Yeah, Cornbread on the wets.
Looks like Beans is right there with Fast Cougar, by the way, up front.
Yeah, can we take a look at our front pack here? There is Beans and Cougar.
Still a little over a second off, but man,
Yeah.
that was a much bigger lead before the rain got here. Which is surprising. I was expecting Fast Cougar and the McLaren to really pull away, whereas Beans is in the AMG, and he has certainly reeled him in. I'm not sure if something happened with Fast Cougar or if Beans is just that good in the wet.
I think Cougar might have been on Inters, maybe?
He is.
He's on
Okay.
Inters. So that's what I was talking about earlier. It's like when it's really wet, you're losing time on Inters, but once it starts to dry out, that's when the time will come back to you.
Yeah, all that's making sense now. We should start to see Fast Cougar pull away, and he has. I mean, when we switched to him, he was at 1.1 seconds. He's already at 1.8. Now, as they go through the bus stop chicane, he should be able to power out of that much better as well. So we'll see if that is true. He's still at about 1.8 with another tight turn one coming up.
Because that. Okay.
And we're looking at Flux here, and don't forget he started on the hard compound, so he has a soft compound. We're sitting waiting for him whenever he decides to pit for his last stop.
Yeah, being in third already, we were saying he's going to start charging through. He's done really well in the wet. As this dries out, that Porsche may really come to life.
And as we kind of flip through the drivers there, you can see the intermediate tires have not really started to show any wear just yet, which is good for those guys. I would imagine here in another lap or two, the wets may start to show a little bit, but we'll have to see how these guys can manage their tire degradation as they go through this changing conditions on the track.
Yeah, we see that rain meter really getting down there. We're almost back down to racing tire territory. Be interesting to see if anybody comes in early and chances it to try to get some fast laps. And you have to be really disciplined if you do that, though.
I think we could see Beans do that since he's on the wet tire, because he's only going to keep losing time. As
that's to see cuts inside, making a nice move. That was well done. Oh, he couldn't quite
make it stick.
No.
Through. Oh, I thought he had that door done. Door closed.
Yeah, he's on Enter, so he's definitely got the grip for it.
He goes door to door with him. I think he's got it done this time. There it is.
Oh, is he looking for it? No. Nope.
Yeah, going through this fast double left-hander, Puan, Estacy's going to have a distinct advantage.
And we're going to go back and take another look at that here as you see Estacy trying to find some opening there. He looks for the inside there, and Cornbread doing just a wonderful job maintaining his speed, trying to keep those doors together, but Estacy is able to close that door and get himself positioned for the next left.
Great racing by those two, giving each other just enough room.
Yep, that is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. You got to give the other guy room. You cannot pinch somebody out on track. That's just not what you do.
Estacy has really caught up to Slowpoke Rods fast as well.
Yeah.
I believe Slowpoke Rods is on the full wets.
I did say Beans was going to possibly box early.
And yep, absolutely right. Beans is in the pits. He's going to come off of that wet compound. Does he go? Let's see. He's going to have to go. I feel like he
No.
started on the mediums,
Flux
right?
flare in as well.
Yep.
STC going for that move on slowpoke rods. Coming in for one, slowpoke rods has the inside line. STC, can you get him to power enough to get by him? Not quite.
No, not quite. That was
No.
well done, though. That is not a turn I want to go door to door with with anybody on.
STC is just stuck battling constantly. Mentally, that's got to start to be pretty exhausting. When
Taking
you're
another
always in
look.
battle.
Oh,
Slowpoke rods really got loose coming out of there, but was able to maintain that position. That's impressive.
yeah, and I think that's just a matter of how smooth you are. Puts there, he maybe got on it just a little bit too much. A little bit of contact there between Slowpoke and STC, no problem. STC able to put his nose up and take that second position, but Slowpoke is probably going to get it back here as he's got the inside for the next right. And this is a big right-hand turn that you want to be on the inside for, no questions asked. Slowpoke able to keep that door shut for now.
Oh, this battle just won't quit.
Yeah.
We saw these guys touch a couple times going through here, just slightly, but
there's a little tip-a-tap, no problem.
But see, and we can still have these battles because both these guys are still on the wet compounds. They can go side by side through these sections. As everybody starts to switch over to the racing compounds, racing like that is not going to happen for a number of laps till the rest of the track dries out.
And does anybody know which compound Beans has taken out of the pits?
Probably.
He
came onto the hards. Okay, so he started mediums.
Yeah.
He's on the hards now, and he is likely going to run those to the end of the race. Jumping on board with Old Man Pip, who's kind of by himself right now. He's got 10 seconds between him, Beans in front of him. Just about 2.5 seconds between him and Flux Flare, who is behind him. And Flux is on medium.
Already got his pit stop, so he is should be catching him fast.
Yeah. We're going to have to see if they can not overdrive the car, because you definitely do not want to touch that wet stuff or even the curbs when you're on the slicks.
Well, unless you're going to try and cool your tires down, right, Mr. Casual?
Yeah, if you want to cool them down, then of course. But yeah, generally speaking, in turns, you're going to want to avoid the curbs like the plague.
And Flux and Old Man Pip continue their battle.
Right there.
And it looks like
Root
has gone into the pit
line and stay on the dry line.
Yeah.
Old Man Pip's going to be kind of moving off into and staying on the wet stuff as long as possible to make those tires last. The Flux Flare is going to have a better driving line, especially now being in front. We're probably going to see him pull away.
And Slowpoke has also gone into the pits to get off those wet compounds.
All right.
We see Flux Flare pushing it. And as we look through the headlights of Flux Flare, you can kind of see the dry line that these drivers are causing on the track.
And the dry line hasn't fully dried out yet, so certainly you get off the dry line, it's going to be very wet. Once the dry line gets fully dry, at least you'll start to get a little more confidence, and that's where you need to be really careful that you don't get overconfident.
Yeah,
end up spinning. We saw that a number of times yesterday where guys, as they were starting to settle in, finally had their spins when they dropped their guard.
Yeah, and you'll need to be careful with the curbs, because I think it takes up to about maybe lap 20 or so before the curbs actually getting to a suitable level for the slicks.
Yeah, we saw our leader in our first split yesterday spun out and still was able to get that position back and win. So that was a wonderful finish there. There's
Fast Cougar staying out for another lap.
Yeah.
He does have a 31-second lead on Ecstasy, who's also on a rain tire on the intermediate.
Yeah, so both of those guys have a stop still.
Yeah. So let's see. Papa Oso is about 37 seconds behind FC. So he's
on
also on the
intermediate.
inters.
Oh,
Oh,
but him
he's
and
going
Cornbread
in.
Cornbread.
both going in.
Oh, and those
As-
two, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that may end up being an undercut for them to get ahead of Cougar and
Yeah.
S2C when they finally pit. I like the strategy there. That might be a smart move.
So Beans here is the first driver that's on the racing tires. So,
Yeah.
and he is 52 seconds off of Fast Cougar. I think we see that the pit stop takes somewhere around 50 seconds, but Beans
Right.
is going to start, reeling Fast Cougar in at this point. He may inherit the lead by the time this lap is over.
Yeah, you have to imagine Papa Oso and Cornbread are not going to be able to get out of the pits before Bean drives by here. There's Flux Flare, who's also likely going to be able to get by the pits before they exit. I don't think they've even started filling gas. Oh, there you go. Papa Oso is filling gas.
Go.
Cornbread's filling gas, so they're not far from exiting.
All right.
Now, even on the exit with this 24-hour layout, the pit road exit is very long.
Yeah.
Not only is it long, it is very easy to mess up that 3-second penalty, so you have to be cautious. Very cautious. Stay right. Stay right. As we ride along Cornbread, watching him and Papa Oso make that pit exit.
All right.
Well done by those two. Looks like no problems.
Very good.
So we know Fast Cougar and S2C are likely going to be making their pit stops on this following lap.
It looks like the dry line now is fully dry, but you can see that rain meter as these guys dip their tires off onto those curbs, that it jumps way up.
By the way, it seems Papa Oso is on softs.
Papa Oso chose the soft compound. Okay, and there is Fast Cougar dropping into that pit.
Now I imagine he'll be going straight. I forget what FC started on. So
I want to say S2C started on the mediums. I don't remember if he was one of the soft compound guys. I apologize. I didn't have my tire tracker going for this one.
Yeah.
I think all these guys at the front started on the softer compound, except for Flux Flare. I mean, he's the one right now that's going to be on the softer compound this round. Beans on the hards. The rest of those guys around Flux are probably also going to be on hard.
Yeah, we know Fast Cougar is going to go hard. He started soft.
Yeah,
S2C, I would imagine, will also be on the hard.
And he'll have to put in quite a bit of fuel as well.
Yeah, he was down to 9%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you see Beans going up here to the sharp right-hander. Yeah.
All right. Oh.
And Fast Cougar is full of gas and heading out.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure he don't get that dreaded 3-second pit lane pin. Oh no!
And he did. Oh, that's unfortunate because he is about 4 seconds ahead of number 2 in Beans. 3.5 now. That could be the difference between P1 and P2 as we get to the final few laps with this race. Here goes S2C making his exit out of the pit.
We were just seeing Flux Flare had about a 6-second gap between him and Beans. That was an 8-second gap only like a lap ago. So Flux Flare running Beans down. He's still got about 8 laps left to do it.
And then our battle for P5 as we see Cornbread and Slowpoke trying to close a little bit of room up to Papa Oso there.
All 3 of these drivers are CBR. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them work together to try to get up and catch up to 4th place. We'll see if that's what they do or not.
Tidy through that section. Oh, Papa Oso runs a little bit wide. Cornbread and Slowpoke able to drive right by. Nope. Papa Oso gets himself back on track. Let's see if we can have another look.
Let's see.
I think he was pushing the curves a little bit.
Yep, got onto that wet line.
Oh, yeah, he went too wide.
Yeah, he just simply couldn't get himself back to the right after touching that wet line.
Kept it straight, though.
And we haven't seen Rick for a little bit. Yeah, he is eyeing up P7 now with Papa Oso. And Papa Oso is likely going to keep himself off the curbs after that small little incident.
That can
Yeah, I
get in
did.
your head. You know,
It really can.
now he needs to try to not get too careful.
Yeah.
You see Root reeling him in close or really quick. And
And
now that
he
we're
is,
getting onto the fast, long section, that Genesis is going to have an advantage.
yeah, Papa Oso is touching the curbs ever so slightly, just not as much as he was prior. But Root is having what looks like no problem running him down. And
Oh, he must have lifted going through the bend there. He was catching him good. Now he lost 0.3.
there is Cornbread and Slowpokes looking at our race for P5. And there's about a 10-second gap between Cornbread and P4 S to C in front of him.
Obviously,
So
that Fast Cougar must have served his penalty because he's down in P3 now.
Yeah.
With Beans inheriting the lead. I believe Fast Cougars locked in those 5 bonus points for the most laps led.
I believe you're correct there, Sal.
Oh,
And wild ride there with Slowpoke.
Oh, and he loses it.
Straighten it out. Oh, that is unfortunate. We're going to see Papa Oso and Root drive right by, and let's see if he loses any more positions before he can get himself straightened out. Let's take another look at that. He is coming up the hill, and you almost have to touch curbs here. You don't have a choice. Yeah. Let's see if he just overcorrects. Little wiggle here. I don't know that there's anything he was going to be able to do to save that. That just slipped out from behind him, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, once he got off to the right, he was going to be in that wet conditions. And on the racing tire, you turn too much. We saw his steering wheel jerk over trying to get back onto the racing line. That's what brought the rear end around. That's really unfortunate. You hate to see that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And look at this. Beans and Flux Flare, they are only 1.5 seconds off.
That's Flux right. We got ourselves really a race
running him down quick.
I was like, because I'm looking at their tires and seeing Beans is on the hards while Flux is on the medium. So I was like, if he was on softs, I would say, oh yeah, he would definitely catch Beans. But mediums and hards are not the same on pace, but they're not as far off. So
well, he's cut about 7 seconds off in 3 laps. So
doing
the math, it's a
they've
matter
got
of time.
6 laps left, so you would imagine he's going to be able to put some pressure on Beans for P1 before this race is over. 13-second gap between Flux and P2, so barring a unfortunate incident for one of the P1 or P2, I would imagine Fast Cougar is just trying to close the gap, but it seems like it's widening a little bit as they go down the straight.
Because at this rate, it looks like by the time he's going to be fully caught up, the track's going to dry out a little bit more. So
yeah, it's still wet off of the racing line. So he's going to have to be very careful getting this pass done.
And we check in with P3 Fast Cougar, who is, as you guys were talking about, Papa was kind of in no man's land yesterday. Fast Cougar's by himself. He's got 10 seconds either direction to the cars in front of him. We have a yellow flag out. I'm not sure what happened. Anybody have eyes on the incident? We go back to the leaders. Let's see if it was up here.
Let's see. Oh, Bean goes. Oh
no! Beans with a little bit too much on those curbs. And Sal, you were just talking about it. They are not dried out. He's got front and rear damage. Oh, that is unfortunate as we see Flux Flare step up and take that lead, putting a 6-second gap in between him and P2.
Well, we were talking about him trying to figure out how to make that pass, and Beans just kind of, that mental error handed it over to him. So now it's a matter of whether or not Fast Cougar can run Beans down.
Yeah.
There's quite a gap there.
Yeah. Because they're all 3 are kind of in no man's land. as we
Couple
see.
different penalties out there. Yeah,
Yeah.
Papa Oso, I think Root had one. So there are a few folks that are acquiring penalties right now, unfortunately.
Looks like we got a lot of these guys at the back also in no man's land themselves.
There is my teammate Johnny Boy back in P12, trying to make a little bit of a comeback there. And I can tell you that Lexus is tricky to drive on this wet and also drying track. It's got a lot of power. It likes to spin.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
So we've got a new trio here with Slowpoke, Cornbreads, and SPC vying for that P6 position. And not far behind them is Papa Oso back there. So any one issue with any of these guys, you'll be giving a spot away to somebody else. And we've got 5 laps remaining for the majority of these guys as the rest of the field is coming through, concluding their 20th lap. Beans in P2 with about 4.5 seconds between him and Flux Flare, and then 9 seconds between him and P3 and Fast Cougar.
I don't think Beans is going to be pushing the car on the curbs anytime soon.
I would agree with that. I think the one thing that you could see is maybe a Flux is pushing too hard and thrashes up those tires a little bit. That may give Beans a shot, but I don't know that that's going to happen. There is Fast Cougar in P3 with about 11.5 seconds between him and S2C in 4. There's our 4th place driver, S2C currently. And, plenty of space between him and anybody else. There's Root.
Yeah.
Got just about a 7-second lead over Slowpoke.
So Root is also on the median. So the two bookends here are Flux Flare and Root on the softer compounds with Beans, Fast Cougar, and Ecstasy all on hards. Granted, there's a 16-second gap that he would have to make up to catch up to Ecstasy. So I don't think there's enough time for that.
Yeah, that's a pretty big gap to try and close down in, 4.5 laps?
But with that being said, the only car behind Root, or the car behind Root, Slowpoke Rods, is also on hard. So that should give Root an easier chance of staying ahead of him.
SPC on hards, Papa Oso on hards. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, I'm sorry, Papa Oso is on soft, excuse me. So he might have a chance to take that P8 away from SPC if he can keep the car pointed in the right direction for the next 4 laps.
Possibly. But yeah.
It's really going to be in the twisty sections is where we should see that time come down. He should have a distinct advantage if SPC is on hard. Yeah, he just cut 0.7 of a second just in the chicane there.
Yeah, because surprise, surprise, there's a big difference between hards and softs.
Yeah, right. And Papa Oso has got his sights on SPC. SPC kind of has his sights on Cornbread there as well. But it doesn't look like those two are gaining or losing anything from each other right now.
So
go ahead, Sal.
I was going to say the advantage SPC has on this long straight is he's in that Genesis. So he can certainly start to pull away. Papa Oso just needs to get into that slipstream so he can hang with them on these long straights and should be able to get an overtake done through the twisty section. It's now starting to look like the track is almost dried out all the way. There's a little bit of moisture still on the sides, but there is more than one racing line now. Passing should become easier in these final laps.
Yeah, Sal, you bring up a good point. As the track is drying out, you've got a dry line, and then, some of the rest of it's wet. It can also be kind of tricky to get out there and get a pass done. So, sometimes you have to be patient and, wait till you're in a good spot of the track to have a good opportunity to make a pass and not make a mistake.
Looks like Papa Oso is continuing to close that gap. Gets it down to about a second. we're going to get to this long section again where SPC should be able to put a little bit of distance on him with the power, unless Papa Oso can get into the slipstream to get that toe.
We
One
jump
more
on board
corner.
with Papa Oso. Let's have a look at him trying to hunt down SPC.
Yeah, he's catching him now.
Yeah, he is definitely in the
Yeah.
slip.
Oh, for sure.
Now let's see how they handle this braking zone for the chicane coming up here.
SPC went a little wide.
Yeah.
Yeah,
look like he picked up
less
a
than a
pen
half
from it.
second. No problem.
Really closing in to the S section.
So I wonder if SPC will fight it, or if he'll like try to take advantage of Papa Oso being on the softer compound and maybe pull him towards cornbread.
You know, that's a good point. I mean, if when you're in a race and you're in the last couple laps, you don't really ever want to give a position away. But if you're going to, it might work if you can snag one from somebody else.
Because, yeah, I was like, if I'm in the race and I know a guy's just either got a softer compound or he's just that much faster than me, then I won't fight it and see if I can actually use it to my advantage.
As we see SPC showing off the legs on that Genesis, keeping Papa Oso at bay. Papa Oso making a nice close. What a view we got for this.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get through.
Made up quite the gap in that braking zone.
Yeah, got a little too close, had to back out, and you can see he lost a lot of time doing that, but you should see as we get through the rest of these twisty sections, should really reel him in. If he can be right on his back bumper as we get onto the final pass section, that could set him up for a good pass going into the chicane at the end.
Yeah, and the way SPC's driving, it looks like Papa Oso is going to have to make his move in a braking zone or, you know, trying to sneak on the inside of a turn. I don't know that he's going to be able to get it done any other way.
You mentioned the strategy here. If I was SPC, I would definitely be defending where the Genesis is the most advantageous. So, you know, on those long straights, it can pull away. Papa Oso isn't going to get a big run in the slipstream to get around him, so you can certainly defend in that braking zone. Which going into the bus stop chicane could work. Getting through turn one, it could work. But once you get to the end of the Kemmel straight, there are so many turns that's where Papa Oso is probably going to need to make his move. And there isn't going to be a lot SPC can do about it unless he's defending the whole way around.
Papa Oso trying to look inside, can't quite make that work. Definitely ran a little further into the braking zone there. So he had
got a much better exit.
Left. He did.
Yeah, so now if he can get this turn one exit and stay glued to his bumper, or maybe even make the pass in turn one, he gets the inside line.
Well played
on
by
the power.
Papa
Now
Oso.
it's SPC is going to be able to get that slip and get a lot of overspeed. It's going to be interesting at the end of the Kemmel straight.
A really nice move to the inside there as they both entered the braking zone and put himself in position to make sure that they were going door to door through that sharp right-hand turn. And look at this. SPC just driving right up next to him.
Quite literally.
And he's going to break the latest.
Boy, that Genesis has got some oomph. Able to get the position back. What a battle we've got between these two here for P8 and 9, excuse me.
Yeah, see, and that's the advantage. The Genesis can do that. If you know, I don't think the Lamborghini would be able to pull off that move just because of the straight line.
We're going to get another look at them going down the street here, and as you see, SPC just driving right by him.
Yeah.
Well, close that door with inches to spare.
And putting the wide body kit on that Genesis, making it in the way as much as it can be. And they are still in the same lineup. SPC is currently ahead of Papa Oso. That may change here in the next 2 laps. We are on our penultimate lap as our leader is starting the final lap there, Flux Flare, with a 6-second advantage over Beans. And there you see Beans coming through the start finish. Oh no. Jumping on board with
About a
Fast
12
Cougar.
second gap between Beans and Fast Cougar, and then another 10 seconds from Fast Cougar to Ecstasy. So as long as these guys keep it clean for the final lap,
Yeah.
there's your top 4.
Yeah, this group has spread out quite a bit compared to what we saw in splits 1 and 3 yesterday.
Even PHG Root in P5 has a lot of room around him. But 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th are all battling it out.
And I think we want to watch this Papa Oso and SPC as close as we can here for these section.
And they both
Papa
out of
Oso's
cornbread.
sneaking on the inside. Can't quite get it done there. We would imagine SPC is going to be able to put some room in between him and Papa Oso with legs on the Genesis. Can they catch cornbread?
Yeah, you can see the delta even in the slipstream. He's pulling away. Papa Oso's had a really hard time getting by.
Yeah.
In the twisty sections where that Huracan has the advantage. If SPC can defend on this final lap, you might be able to hold on to 8th place. Papa Oso's tires are also a lot worse for wear, so those racing softs are almost dead.
Papa using as much of that turn as he can to try and gain a little ground. A little wiggle, no problem. It doesn't look like they're going to catch cornbread.
No.
SPC on the hards is definitely a tire disadvantage, but has a lot more tire life.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's having to be too cautious in the turns there, but on the hard compound.
Nice within
Papa Oso, yeah, thank you. Took the words right out of my mouth. And it looks like Flux has already finished. Sorry, we missed that there.
Beans crossing the line, also in P2. Fast Cougar coming through the final chicane for P3.
I think we're going to continue to watch this battle as Fast Cougar is nearing the finish line for P3.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's really only one more shot Papa Oso has, but unfortunately, I don't think he's close enough to make that move.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because Cornbread is actually helping SPC, giving him some slip.
Oh, Papa Oso trying to make a look. Can he get it done? What a move!
Oh, yeah, I think he might have?
No, I don't think he's going to be able to get it done.
Nope. Oh.
Such a tough spot. Oh, look at these guys finishing right bumper to bumper. What a great race there. Mid-pack. Well done by those guys. Let's take another look at this as they're coming down this final straightaway.
Kind of looked like when he went to go left, he might have inadvertently bumped him forward a bit.
I think SPC lifts here because he loses a lot of speed at this point. Papa Oso really catches up but doesn't know which way to go.
Yeah.
Ends up going on the outside, doesn't get onto the brakes the latest. SPC was able to hold it down and really defended nicely going through that final chicane.
And Papa Oso did not have great tires at that point either, so it really put him in a tough spot to get a move done. But excellent job by our racers today. Wonderful, wonderful way to start off today's races. Our winner for today's split three, right? No, split two, excuse me. Split 2, Flux Flare in Team Porsche, that 911. Really great job. Beans in Team AMG, taking second place. PHG Fast Cougar in the McLaren, followed by Ecstasy, also in the McLaren. So decent points for Team McLaren there with 3 and 4. Root in P5, Team Genesis tacking up some more points. Slowpoke Rods in another Porsche. In P6, Cornbread taking P7 for Team Mazda there. Another Genesis in PHG SPC taking P8. Papa Oso, as we saw, finishing in P9 with the Huracan. SPC, Mr. Racing 40 in the GTR Nismo. Old Man Pip, P11 in the RS01. Johnny Boy in P12 in Team Lexus. Lexus, yes, thank you. PHG Strychnine in another Nismo in P13. So, that was a handful of a race for these guys. Let's let me put it to you guys. Who's the driver of the split here?
I got to give it to Flux Flare. I was certainly expecting him to put on some fast times, and he also had the right strategy. Was able to have the faster tire at the end, and ended up with an 8-second lead over Beans. I think he played that race magnificently.
Mr. Casual, what do you think? Who's your driver of the split here?
Uh, I think I'm going to end up going with Beans because he did a Jorge, where he did like a 360 no scope and still managed finish on the podium in second place. So for me, I think I'll go with Beans.
Okay, I'm going to take Fast Cougar. I really enjoyed watching the strat. Took a chance with the softs in the beginning, jumped out to a really good lead, still able to finish in a pretty solid spot. So I think we saw quite a good variety of strategies play out through that race. A little bit of everything. You saw softs, hards, mediums. Obviously, we saw some wet compounds too, different pit stops, different pit timing when it came to getting off those wet compounds. That was a lot of fun to kick off today's races. We've got two more for us today. So we are waiting for the drivers to get themselves positioned and set up for their next qualifying, which will start here in just a little bit. I believe we're going to take just a quick break here. That way, us announcers can jump back and get some of the charcuterie behind us. Guys, you got to have some. Um, there's some smoked cheese that is just beyond good. So I'll show you guys where it's at. Anyway, we look forward to getting back to our split four here in just a few moments, and we will be right back.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victors in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PHG World Series. We just got done watching a banger of a first race, Split 2, and we've got Split 4 coming up. I am Salamander. I am joined in the booth by my good friend Slow-Mo, who is back for another round as well. And we brought in Tuzzenbox for this round because Mr. Casual is going to be racing in this one. Slow-Mo, what was it that really stood out to you in that race that we just saw?
Well, I'm a big strategy guy, so I love seeing a bunch of different viable strategies. It's always so much fun to watch the drivers end up coming together on those last couple laps and vying for a couple different positions. Boy, it didn't help me decide my strategy for the next race, for the fifth split, but that was certainly exciting to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was. And Tuzzenbox, I know you were watching that first race. Was there anything just as a spectator that you saw that stood out that maybe we would have missed?
I think you guys covered everything. I think the biggest key to that race was just consistency. I think Flux overall, he had a really solid race, barely set a foot wrong. I don't know if he had any penalties, but it probably wasn't much. So yeah, I think these next two races, the drivers are really going to need to focus on keeping the car on track, making the right pit decisions, and just avoiding that wet line in the drying stages of the race.
Yep, absolutely. I agree. All right, so before we get into this, how about we go through a reminder of what we got going on here? We'll check out some round information. Like we said, we are at Spa. This is round number 5. They're running the 24-hour layout, which is the really long pit road. They're going to be doing 25 laps, mostly in the dry, but there is some guaranteed rain on the weather forecast. There is 3 times tire wear. Racing hards are required, although all compounds are allowed. 3 times fuel rate, and they are all in Group 3 cars. This is a manufacturer's series, so all drivers had to pick a manufacturer at the beginning and stick with them throughout the remainder of the season. And now we go to the Split 4 qualifiers. Tuzzum, could you take us through who we are going to see in this race?
Sure thing. So we're gonna have our fellow commentator Leo 2443 driving for Mazda, PHG Nasty driving for Team Ford, Alto driving for Audi, PHG Craig's gonna be in the Porsche, PHG, it's just Carl, driving for Team Genesis. Another one of our commentators, Mr. Casual, driving for Team McLaren. BHR, Fernando B, driving for Chevrolet. Speed Bump, driving for Honda. And final driver in this split will be PHG Iron Fix, driving for Audi.
All right, and that is going to be all of our drivers for this one. You know, there's fewer drivers in this race, but we are still expecting to see some good battles out there. Um, you know, with the imminent rain in the forecast, we've seen 3 different races now and a lot of different strategies play out. There's always been sort of the debate over what do you start on? You know, do you start on the hards or do you start on a softer compound? Again, with the hards being required, you have to use them at some point. You know, tell them what was your strategy when you raced yesterday?
My strategy was to start on the mediums. I knew that the second stint was going to be a longer stint, and I didn't practice it quite enough, but I did not think that the Viper would survive that many laps on mediums. So I decided to try to get a better start on the mediums and just push through it at the end on the hards. Kind of thinking that maybe I should have reversed that. I think a lot of other drivers are having a lot better overall race time starting on the hards. But yeah, it's a toss up. Like, it's so difficult to choose, and ultimately the drivers are just going to pick what they're most comfortable with.
Yep, absolutely. And I know Slow Mo, you're going to be in our final split today, and I know you've been agonizing over which one to start with. Have you gotten any closer to a decision, or are you kind of getting to a coin flip time?
No, it's probably going to be a coin flip. To be honest with you, it's just a matter of which one I want to get out of the way first. Probably the hards, but still haven't made that decision. I would imagine once qualifying's over, I will probably do just as you said, flip a coin, pick one, and run with it.
Yeah, and with qualifying, you know, for this race is in the dry. So we are certainly going to see faster times. You know, most certainly everybody's going to be running on softs. We know there's even multiple strategies that we'll see in qualifying where some people will duck into the pits after that first outlap just to change the tires and just fuel burn for that first one. And there are others that will go all the way around, set a hot lap, get their pit in, and then try to come out and essentially get a second hot lap with that fuel burn can certainly be the fastest. The problem with that is you get fewer hot laps. And if you make a mistake, you can end up in a spot in a starting position that, you know, maybe isn't indicative of your speed. Um, you know, as we watch these guys, I think we saw in the first split, a lot of the guys in the back started on hards and a lot of the guys in the front started on the softer compounds. We'll see if that same sort of thing plays out here as we wait for you know, qualifying to get underway. I'm sure they're still getting everybody all set up, getting those engines started and warmed up. You know, what are we looking for out of this one? Do we think we're going to see anything different? These being split 4 drivers, you know, we've kind of had the cream of the crop, you know, up near the top, out of the way. Do we think we're going to see any alternate strategies or anything like that? What do we think might be different about this stint? Slow-mo, what do you got on your mind?
Well, as you get into the fourth and fifth splits, you definitely get an opportunity for some of these guys to try maybe a little bit more unorthodox approach. So it is possible we see something a little different with these guys. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple people start on softs, try and stretch them out as far as they can before that rain hits. Mr. Casual is in a really good spot with the McLaren to where he could probably stretch those tires out without a big issue before the rain hits. Some of the other cars, I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with it, but we'll have to see. So.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking forward. You know, we got the Audi, our sole Audi driver in this split, also a mid-engine car. So we've got a good split of both mid-engine and front-engine cars going for this split as well. So, and it looks like they are getting qualifying underway. Looks like our commentator, Mr. Casual, is the first one out of the pit. So he's going to be able to sort of set the pace in qualifying here. Once all the cars get out on the track, we'll do our typical, look around at all the liveries, take a look at these fancy cars. Casual Flames. You can never go wrong with Flames. Hot Wheels. I think isn't that his thing? Mr. Casual's got Hot Wheels on all of his cars. I think I heard that.
Oh, I love it.
And Fernando.
Fun fact: I have a Hot Wheels collection I'm quite proud of.
Fernando running Team Corvette. I'm also on Team Corvette, although I haven't put in many races this year, but designed all the different Corvette cars. So nice seeing Fernando out there in that bright gold. We've got Nasty in the Ford GT. I always appreciate orange and black. Came from a school where in high school we were the Tigers, so orange and black was our team colors. I've always liked that color combination.
Boy, that car sounds good.
It's just Carl in a throwback NASCAR livery, number 28, Papa all over the hood, in the Genesis. We got Speed Bump, another McLaren. Nice, clean
That's the
livery.
Honda.
Oh, you're right, that is a Honda. I'm sorry.
They look pretty similar.
Yep. And then Iron Fix, like we said, and the sole Audi we have in this league so far. If any of you guys are looking at maybe wanting to race with us, you can certainly go sign up and qualify, maybe help out Team Audi. I believe the link to the league information is in the chat. Make sure to go check that out. PHG Craig here we have in the Porsche, in a nice clean blue and white livery. Oh, we do have another Audi out here. Alto, who I believe came out. Venom, Marvel. I like it.
That's
Now,
cool.
Slow-Mo, you say you're scared of spiders. Is that correct? Are you having a hard time watching this?
Nope, that didn't bother me. Only when they're not in a cage and they're wandering around on my walls do they freak me out.
That did sound like a nervous laugh.
Maybe a
All
little.
right, Mr. Casual, first one on his hot lap. The qualifying, I guess, has more officially begun. He's flying up the Kemmel straight, letting that McLaren really stretch its legs, getting into the twisty section. Trying to keep it tight to the line. Now, this is Mr. Casual's debut in this league. We've had him in for comms, and he's certainly been watching, but this is the first time he's actually been running laps. So excited to see what he's able to bring.
Yeah, I've heard people saying that he's pretty quick. I know he races in T-Cases lobbies, and he's usually talking about how quick he is. So I'm anticipating a pretty fast lap here. I would bet a little bit of money that he might be our pole sitter for this race.
He certainly has a tremendous amount of race knowledge.
Yeah, being down in split 4 certainly wasn't able to get great qualifying time during the week. But remember, during the week, the split qualifying was in the heavy rain. It rained for 3 days straight while we did qualifying. So a totally different track and a totally different qualifying session than what we have here today, where it is bright and sunny. And obviously the drivers are on softs instead of on wet. As he comes down through the final couple corners into the bus stop chicane, we will get to see what kind of a time he puts in. There's a big gap between him and Fernando. The rest of the field is certainly spread out for qualifying, which is good to see. Everybody gets plenty of room. Casual going to come across the line with a 2:18.6. That is a very good time. We had a 2:18.0 was our pole sitter in split 2, so that is not far off. Fernando, our second driver. Nasty coming across the line with a 2:21. Just Carl coming in fourth also with a 2:21. Oh, lots of 2:21.
This is shaping up to be a good one.
Oh, Iron Fix with the penalty. That's going to negate that qualifying lap. and Alto in the other Audi. Again, final quick section. Like we said earlier, that Alto or that Audi, and they're both 4-letter words, Alto and Audi. I'm going to screw that up the whole race, I think. So being a mid-engine car should also have quite the advantage when the rain comes out. You don't see the Audis in daily races very often. So excited to see what it does in the league here as he comes across the line with a 2:20.3, puts him up into second place.
That's a solid time from Alto.
Pretty big spread here across the top three. We got Mr. Casual's 1.6 up on Alto, and I believe Alto is over a second up on Fernando. So a lot of these drivers looking to try to make some big gains for their second outlap. Mr. Casual coming into the second time check here is down just about a 1/10.5.
Yeah, and Sal, I think you mentioned it earlier as far as the qualifying being on torrential downpour. It really did kind of mix up the splits a little bit. You know, there's folks like Mr. Casual where you might expect him to be in a higher split, and he didn't have as good of a run on the wet track as some of the other guys did. So here he is in split 4, but you can see he's certainly got the pace on the dry ground.
Yes, absolutely. And we saw Nasty was about a quarter second up on their previous time. Mr. Casual goes into the pit, so he probably saw that he wasn't going to set a faster lap. Go ahead and switch those tires. But Nasty was up about a quarter. We'll see if they banked this one or if they go into the pits. Looks like they are going to bank it. If they came out of that final chicane at a 2:20.1 and bettered their time by almost a half a second. It's just Carl also into the pits, Speed Bump also into the pits.
So I think with all the drivers who drove into the pits, they're going to struggle to finish this final lap. We've seen it before, trying to do the hot lap and then pit and then another out lap and then a hot lap. That the timing for that is really tough. Nasty reset to the pit, so he's going to save a little bit of time. But the downside of that is he's going to have that extra fuel, whereas everyone else is going to have a lighter car for their final lap.
Yeah, I think we've seen that throughout. That generally the top 3 to 5 drivers are able to get around and make that additional lap with the fuel burn strategy. But everybody else getting spread out, you're entirely correct. It may not work out in their favor. But we will see. We've got a minute 45 left, and there is a minute and a half of runoff. So that's really 3:15 we've got left in this one, and yeah, with these guys not even halfway through.
I think it's 2 minutes of runoff, Sal.
Oh, that's right. It is 2 minutes of runoff.
Mm-hmm.
So 3:45. It's going to be close for some of these guys. Oh, and I think we saw Nasty just went wide off, just in front.
Oh, he's got a 3-second penalty too.
I think it was just getting out of the way of everybody else. So that's good sportsmanship.
Yeah,
Fernando
I think we've got
through Kuan.
I think you've got Fernando and Mr. Casual that we're going to be pretty close to getting that next lap in. We'll have to see how it goes for him.
And I think Fernando's on his hot lap right now. It does not say out lap up there, so he may finish this one, but I doubt he'll be able to finish another one. Let's see where he's at. He is up 1.1 seconds. Iron Fist also up 1.1 second on their fast.
And with the small amount of calculations that I did, with these lap times, they're going to want about 22 seconds left on the clock to start their final lap.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Casual may be the only one that could do that, and even he would be cutting it close. I think Mr. Casual is about to cross the line here. Although I believe he is on his out lap, whereas Fernando, hoping to bank in on that additional second, crosses the line with the 1.3 second increase. Iron Fix with a 3.1 second, much better lap, 2:21, puts Iron Fix up in P4 provisionally.
Oh, and Fernando with a little bit of wiggle there as he came through the hairpin, resets himself to the pits, and he's going to take his starting spot there.
Yeah, it looks like coming into turn one, it's really easy in the Corvette to just give it a little bit too much. Um, Probably not bad to go into the pits anyway. He wasn't going to be able to make it all the way around one more time.
Mr. Casual going purple here. See if he can get this lap done.
It's
It
going to
is
be
going to
real
be close. Yes, it is.
as he comes through the S's, heading down into the tight, long hairpin. Trying to keep it on the apex. Power out of there, and then through this gentle but tricky left-hander. We've seen a number of drivers spin coming out of the exit to that corner. I know I've done that many times. Get through Puan here with the fast double left-hander. It's up onto the curb. And getting through the second set of S's. Again, trying to carry the speed out of here, and then you got this tight little right-hander. And now you've got this next right-hander where if you can keep it pinned, he is two-tenths up on his fastest time. Got the tires
Got
out
20
into
seconds.
the green stuff.
Yeah, let's see if he can bank this.
He's only got 15 seconds.
It doesn't look promising.
We saw Oak yesterday bank the lap with like half a second remaining. Yeah, he's only got 3 seconds left, but he's already on pole.
Yep.
So although he wasn't able to bank it, Mr. Casual takes pole in this one. Slow-mo, can you take us through the results of qualifying?
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Casual taking our pole, as you mentioned there. Going to be starting up in the front. We have Alto taking P2. Fernando B starting in the third spot in the Corvette. Iron Fix, a PHG member there in P4. Another PHG in Nasty starting in P5. He's running in the Ford. Speed Bump in the Honda. I always want to call it the Acura. In P6. P7, it's just Carl driving the Genesis. And PHG Craig in P8 in the 911.
And I believe that is our qualifiers.
That's
I
it.
think I saw in chat, Leo was supposed to be in the split, but he's gotten stuck at work. So it looks like we will have 8 drivers running in this one. Yeah, Mr. Casual up there at the top with over a 1 second gap between second place. Any surprises in qualifying here?
Tism, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I think the grid. I can't really think of any surprises. The grid looks like how I think most people would have expected it to. Mr. Casual with a fairly significant pole. We've got P2 and P2 and P3 separated by a tenth and a half, and then looks like it'll be a pretty good battle from fourth all the way down to eighth.
Yeah, there were some pretty consistent times in there. So, yeah, Slow-mo, what did you see?
I'll say the one surprise I expected It's Just Carl to be a little bit higher up the grid. I don't know if he had troubles there, but I know he's got very good pace here. Obviously, we saw him last week with a win in his split. Fernando B did really well. He had a really good run there, putting himself in P3. So let's see if their strategies can help them move up the grid as this race progresses through.
Yeah, being on Team Corvette myself, I've certainly been chit-chatting with the Corvette guys, and Fernando was fairly disappointed in his qualifying in the wet throughout the week. So he's certainly planning on doing much better in this race here, and seeing him up qualifying in P3 shows that he certainly does have some pace. So, and yeah, Mr. Casual up in front. I haven't gotten to see Mr. Casual run all that much, but certainly showing some speed right off the bat. And in the McLaren in the dry, that's going to bode well for when it gets to be in the wet. The McLaren should have an advantage. We'll see just how well Mr. Casual is able to handle that when the rain does come. We know with this split, we expect that it may be a little bit slower pace than with some of the others. So the timing for when the rain gets here, we will see if maybe we see again that the top few drivers are able to just barely beat the rain and get into the pits, or if they will also have to fight on that last corner to not go driving off, which I believe happens on lap 9, if I'm correct. And I believe the race is about to get started. We're heading out onto the starting grid. If we remember, this is a grid start with false start check, so we'll be watching to make sure nobody jumps the line. Saw yesterday that can turn into a lot of chaos when that happens.
Oh,
And
somebody
Fernando
jumped.
does jump the line. He gets out into the middle, which should give everybody the ability to get around them. And there was some evasive maneuvers happening in the back there, but Mr. Casual getting away. It looks like we actually had a pretty clean start overall. They get up onto the Kemmel Straight. They are single file all behind them. A little bit of jockeying for position. Iron Fix holding on to his spot. They get into the break zone. Alto breaks really late. Goes quite a bit wide. Gets back and rejoins. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there's any contact there. Go ahead.
Just Carl going down the inside of Alto, going into the hairpin. He's going to have the inside line, but backside of it, Alto's going to hold on to P4.
So it's just Carl that had to do that evasive maneuver at the beginning. Looks like he's still holding on to it, trying to keep up with 4th and 3rd. And Fernando, although jumping the gun at the start, is still in 6th, right on the bumper of It's Just Carl. Trying to stick with these guys, see if he can climb his way back up.
Yeah, and while we watch these guys, we've got a variety of tire compounds out there. Iron actually started on the softs. Our medium runners are Craig, It's Just Carl, and then Alto, and then everybody else is on hards.
All right, I think we're going to go back to the start to see how all of that played out. We got a replay queued up. Yeah, we see Fernando is just stuck there, and everybody seemed to get around him. It's just Carl that was trying to pull out into the middle and really had to take an evasive maneuver to make it through, but he does. And then it quickly went single file right after that.
So Iron Fix in P2 just picked up a half-second penalty. He went wide coming out of Blanchimont, following behind Mr. Casual.
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one. He's gonna need to try to stay as close as possible so he doesn't lose too much time, and maybe try to keep ahead of Alto. As they come on up to Eau Rouge, keep it pinned through there. It looks like Alto with a little bit of a lift, or to keep it straight. Oh, speed bump went off the inside. He is likely to pick up a penalty for that.
Oh, he gets hit for the 1 second penalty.
Ooh, that's a big one. Oh, he hit that curb and it made his car wiggle and sort of threw it off to the left. And if he kept it pinned through there.
Fernando just made a double overtake going into the turn 3, but gets it sideways coming out of the corner. Just a little too excited on the throttle. He loses both of those positions just as quickly as he gained them. Yeah, he got a run on PHG. It's Just Carl. Late on the brakes, and it looks like he had it. And then just a little too much throttle along with the steer, and then just loses those positions right back.
Oh, that was really good. He got on the brakes and actually was able to hold it onto the apex, it looked like. Could have been able to keep that. It would have been a heck of a move. But, yeah, like you said, got a little excited on the corner exit. We ride along with Nasty here, who is trying to get caught up to Fernando and trying to keep the gap to Craig, who is right behind. The only Ford running in this particular split. Well, looks like Craig might have gone a little bit wide behind him. It's just Carl got a bit loose there as well, but it looked like he saved it. But here's that pass that Fernando made.
I think we went back to a previous replay there.
Yeah, we did. Technical glitches. But it's just Carl still right on the bumper of Speed Bump. They come into the final chicane, trying to make it nice and clean. The Genesis is going to have all that power leading into Eau Rouge here. Just a matter of whether you can get a good exit out of turn one. Caught up to Speed Bump, trying to get it down onto the apex and get that power down as soon as possible.
Just
Definitely
a quick
within
update on
Speed
the
Bump's
battle for the lead. Alto has overtaken Iron Fix for P2, and his last lap was 1.2 seconds faster than Mr. Casual in the lead.
Alto is on the charge. It's just Carl also on the charge.
Well, and don't forget, Alto has a tire advantage over Mr. Casual. Alto is on the mediums, Casual is on the hards. So we might be able to see Alto close that gap a little further as they progress through this tire stint.
We saw it coming up through the Kemmel Straight there. It's just Carl had Alto's got a penalty. Iron Fix is staying nice and close behind him. But like I was saying, the Genesis was certainly getting the run on the Honda. Pulled off to the side, but surprisingly, the Honda was able to keep him held off leading into the braking zone. I did not realize that the Honda seemed to have enough acceleration on the top end to hold up with the Genesis. As we come up to...
I'm not really familiar with the bop of the Honda. I don't see many people using it, but I mean, KP, he was using it in our split one race, and I think he was running pretty good in that car. So I think it should be fairly competitive here.
Alto serving his penalty, which allows Iron Fix back around. Iron Fix on that soft compound. Alto on the mediums. Alto's going to have to try to run him down again.
Yeah, these two are going to want to put more pressure on Mr. Casual because after the pit stop, well, not after the pit stops, after the rain, Mr. Casual's going to have the tire advantage. So they're going to need to get in front of him and try to offset that potential deficit that they're going to have later on in the race.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think the rain is the great equalizer here. So we'll see, how much preparation these guys have done to run in those just torrential downpour conditions.
Well, it's just Carl gets the move done. There's a lot of back and forth, zigging and zagging leading into that turn one, and it's just Carl looked like he came out on top in first place. Got the overtake done on Speed Bump in the Honda. Now that Genesis gets to stretch its legs on the long straight, but Speed Bump not giving up. With that slipstream, goes to the outside. Ooh, a little tap. Speed Bump gets the lead. Looks like it's just Carl's going to try to get to the inside, but it's just Carl, or Speed Bump is able to hold him off. It's just Carl gets a little wiggly.
Oh, no!
Going through the S's. Oh,
no!
And we see Craig.
Craig lost it.
Loses it and goes into the barrier.
Oh, man.
Oh, I wonder if that was some reaction, seeing that it's just Carl was maybe going to lose it, but he gathered it up. We'll watch this again from Craig's point of view as he comes into the S's. It's just Carl get a little wiggly. Yeah, he was trying to hold it to the inside, and that's a spot. I think you kind of come up over a hill there, and you lose a bit of traction. I know I've lost the rear end many a time coming through that section.
Yeah, Sal, while we were watching that, our second place driver, Iron Fix, ended up with a half second. Just ran a little bit wide and got him 4 tires off. So he's got a half second. He has closed the gap to him and Mr. Casual, but that is going to change as soon as he serves.
Yeah, this 1, 2, and 3, these guys are all right on each other. Slipstream, if Alto and Iron Fix, like we mentioned before, can work together, Team Audi, they should be able to catch up and pass Mr. Casual, but they gotta keep it clean. These penalties are hurting them. Mr. Casual so far has been able to keep everything on the track and has allowed him to just sort of stay up in first place. And as we mentioned, if he can keep at the front up to the rain starting, Now, all three of them are mid-engine cars, so they should be fairly equal in the rain from a car perspective, and we'll see how well the drivers do. But coming out of the rain, Mr. Casual is going to have the tire advantage. So he's really hold on to that lead for the next 4 laps if at all possible, or at least keep it close.
The battle for P5 is shaping up to be a good one here with Speed Bump. It's just Carl and Nasty as well.
Oh, there's a squeeze. Looked like Carl squeezed Nasty into the wall before they got to Eau Rouge. Nasty lost a little bit of time, but he's right back on the rear bumper of It's Just Carl. Oh no, but he picks up a half-second penalty through Eau Rouge. Speed Bump goes defensive. It's Just Carl is going to try to make it work around the outside. It's going to have the inside going into the left-hander. Still side by side. Speed Bump's now going to have the inside for the right-hander.
Good door-to-door racing.
Maintain P5.
I think we've got our battle for this race that's just not going to quit. These two just going back and forth, but plenty of side-by-side. It's been some good, clean racing so far. Hopefully they keep that up. This is an entertaining battle to watch. I mean, 1, 2, and 3, and then 5, 6, 7. To get through Kuan here. As we go on board with Fernando. Fernando is the driver on an island for this race. Comfortably in P4 with 10 seconds to the driver ahead and 7 seconds, almost 7 seconds, to the driver behind. Looks like Alto is pulled away from Iron Fix a bit, still trying to stay locked on with Mr. Casual.
Yeah, Iron Fix's tires aren't looking so great right now. They're at about 60. It's got about 60% tire left right now.
As we get close to that 50% mark, the drivers will really start to feel the fall off in the tire grip. But Mr. Casual had a much better exit.
Alto just couldn't get the traction down there.
Yeah, which has allowed Iron Fix to catch up a little bit, and now they've all kind of gapped each other.
Mr. Casual's doing a great job just running his race here.
Looks like It's Just Carl's pulled away from Speed Bump now, and Speed Bump with that half-second pen is going to try desperately to hold on to this position ahead of Nasty. Able to keep that spot through turn 1. We see as he went wide in what's that called? Blanchimont?
Yes.
That fast left-hander. Oh, it almost looked like he was thinking about going to the pits. Held on to it, but yeah, that let Nasty catch up. Now he's got a battle on his hands to try to keep that spot. He's going to need to try to pull away here to even stay in Nasty's slipstream after serving the penalty. You watch this battle continue. Nasty trying not to let him get away, although Speed Bump did just get a better exit to that corner. Coming into the long hairpin. Getting out of that okay. Into this fast left-hander. Coming up on Kuan, the fast double left-hander. Like Speed Bump is getting away just a little bit. Probably not enough to be able to keep the position, but we shall see as he continues to pull away. And coming into the S's here, Nasty's really trying to get that gap closed up. You want to take those free spots when you can get them.
Yeah, if Speed Bump does lose that position, he's putting himself in a good position to be able to stay within slipstream range of Nasty.
We had P2 with a little bit of a problem there through Blanchimont. Alto ended up losing a spot to Iron Fix.
And Iron Fix just picked up a half-second penalty.
Whoa! A brown pants moment.
Oh!
Dang.
Speed Bump not choosing a line, kind of making Nasty have to make a decision, and that caused Nasty to go wide on Blanchimont. picks up another half-second penalty. And we watch this replay, we're going to see what happened to Alto coming into the fast left-hander. Getting through it, but just goes a little bit wide. Oh, and then loses the car.
Yeah, just trying to do too much while he was, while he had tires off track, and it just doesn't work out well.
Looks like, thankfully, when the spin was done, he was pointing in the right direction. Now, once again, needs to catch up to Iron Fix. All the while, Mr. Casual running a nice, casual, clean race. It started to really pull away. We got speed bumps still all over the back of Nasty, who has a 1-second penalty. I can only assume that would have come going through Eau Rouge and Radion.
And there are pens everywhere in this race right now. We've got Iron Fix with another half-second penalty. Fernando still in no man's land, but he picked himself up a half-second penalty. And as you said, now Nasty has a 1-second penalty.
Yeah, once again, if now with roles reversed, speed bump, if you can just hang with them, that 1-second penalty, that'll be an easy pass and an easy getaway. And it does look like there's some mist in the air. As we've seen in the other races, rain is likely to hit at the end of lap 9. But that cloud cover, the telling sign that the rain is on its way.
Ooh, Alto just spun again from P3.
And Fernando's going to take that spot from him.
Whoa, looks like, this time it was coming out of that last right-hander or the long straight. That's going to cost a lot of time. And yeah, Fernando's certainly just sticking with things, going to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, really great job by Fernando after a kind of a tough false start there to keep himself.
Yeah, he's fought himself all the way back up to P3. We mentioned he's had a penalty or two, but otherwise has been consistent, just putting in some quiet laps. Now he's got to try to stay ahead of Alto, who is a quick driver, but has had a couple mistakes. A little bit of neck code there. Looked like Fernando looked like he had slid. But he did pick up another half-second.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see that. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, just a quick note. If we take a look at P1, we actually might be able to see the radar. Okay, well, I'm on P1 right now. I can see the radar, and the rain is coming. It looks like it will be arriving towards the end. I was going to say maybe towards the end of the next lap, but it's moving in pretty quickly. So we might see rain towards the middle of the next lap.
Yeah, and normally those of us in spectate mode cannot see the radar, as evidenced by the view that we have here, but the drivers can. So they all see it coming. We definitely saw in the previous race, the drivers, some of the drivers near the back came in earlier. Alto getting the inside line on Fernando, taking that spot before the penalty line. That should cause him to get away so that Fernando won't be able to hold on to the slipstream. Good move done by Alto there.
What I was going to say is I think here with split 4 and 5, you're going to see a little bit more penalties than we've seen in the previous splits, and possibly, unfortunately, a little bit more on the spin-outs.
Alto making that pass nice and clean. The inside of Fernando. Yeah, it looks like he has gapped Fernando 1.5 seconds, so that is out of slipstream range. And continuing to pull away. As we go on, it's just Carl who is the driver in no man's land right now. But started to catch up to Fernando a little bit.
Fernando's pulling in.
Oh, Fernando into the pits. He must be calculating that the rain might be getting there. Nasty also going into the pits. Greg also in the pits. So, as we've seen in these previous races, some of the guys near the back getting into the pits, thinking they're not going to make it around before the rain, but Mr. Casual, going purple in the first sector, believes he's going to be able to make it to the pits before the rain becomes a factor. And I did just see the windshield wiper go for a brief second. The rain is coming, and as we've seen, again, with the time multiplier in this race, when the rain comes, it comes fast.
Yeah, I think with how far behind they were, I think pitting now would have been the better option. I'm looking at the radar now. Right now we're in a section of light blue, but there's some dark blue and green rain coming very soon.
And Iron Fix's tires are looking like they are done for the day. Those racing softs, even if the rain wasn't coming, he would need to pit irregardless. But and the windshield wiper going again, he's got to be able to make it to the final chicane, both with worn tires and with the rain starting. We
Here
can
it
see that
comes.
rain gauge in the lower left starting to climb. Once it gets up to that first bar, that's the intermediate territory. That's when the racing tires start to lose their grip significantly. The rain's getting heavier. This is what we've seen before. He's going to have to be very careful getting into this final hairpin. Mr. Casual is approaching the final hairpin now. He should be going into the pit. And that rain gauge already above the first bar.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, having to dance on that throttle, just getting through the fast left-hander. And yeah, on the brakes, nice and easy.
Mr. Casual almost spun going into the pits.
Oh, and
Alto
Alto
did.
loses it. Going through the fast left-hander. See him coming up here in that rain gauge. Halfway up in the intermediate territory. He does hit the brakes. He's trying to go through there slow, but the back end just comes around with those mid-engine cars. That can happen.
Yeah, it wasn't really much.
Oh, we got a number of people off. Alto's off. It's just Carl is off.
Oh no. Guys, you got to save your donuts for the end of the race.
Oh, look at it, it's just Carl. There's nothing he can do. It just did whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yeah,
In a situation like this, I would definitely use traction control just to at least try to keep the rears from spinning.
Yeah, I mean, pro tip for those of you guys who are trying to figure out what to do in a situation like this, not the traction control, but you can also turn your fuel down, to take a little bit of that power away from the vehicle itself.
Fernando was the first one to pit and went and chose the intermediate tires. We've seen this strategy in some of the other races where during this heavy rain, the intermediate tires will be slower. But once the rain lets up and the track starts to dry out, the intermediate runners can use the full track for longer and will start to catch up to those that are on the full wet. So if he can keep it clean while in full wet conditions, we'll see if that can pay off for him later. He is still in P3.
And Mr. Casual took wet, and Iron took intermediate. Sorry, doesn't.
Yeah, the one thing that's going to be really interesting with this race specifically is that all the other splits had between 13 and 15 drivers, and that helps the course dry out quicker. So with only 8 drivers, they're going to be in that intermediate weather for a little bit longer than what we saw in previous races.
Yeah, that is a good point. Track dries out does vary based on how many drivers you have. So, excellent point. It looks like Nasty up in 4th with a half-second penalty. Speed bump trying to catch up. Speed bump on the full wet. Don't remember, is Nasty on the intermediate? Or is Nasty also on the full wet?
Nasty is on the wet.
Okay. Speed bump is just trying to get caught up, so maybe he can take advantage of that penalty. Speed bump did just come out of the pit, so got onto that wet tire just a little bit later.
Yeah, right now we've got Iron on the intermediates. It's just Carl and then Fernando. Those are our 3 intermediate drivers. Everybody else took wets.
Okay. And fortunately for Alto and It's Just Carl, those were the 2 that we saw that really got caught up in those spins at the end. Cost them dearly. They are now down in 7th and 8th place. And Mr. Casual with a 25-second lead. And Iron Fix, again, on the intermediates, is probably going to continue to lose some ground while this heavy rain is coming down. But Tuzum had mentioned, when this does finally start to let up, we may see that those intermediate tires, as they come to life, may have more time to catch up. There may not be as many laps at the end of this race that Mr. Casual is going to be able to have the racing tire advantage. We're going to have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, Fernando looks like a genius when he went into the pits. I mean, really gave himself a great opportunity. P3, he's, 17 and a half seconds behind Iron, and then he's 10 seconds on Nasty and 4th. So he's in a really good spot for his podium if he can maintain this P3.
Yeah, absolutely a good move. Running with those intermediates, especially in the Corvette, need to be careful with the throttle. Fernando not using traction control at all. He's certainly been one to want to manage the grip with the right pedal instead of with the traction control. I know Fernando does have some real-world racing experience as well. I'm sure that is helping manage that. And you can see when he is on the throttle, he's not mashing it. He's just slowly getting on it as he comes through the turn. Squeezing into it, which is the way to go. He can manage this heavy rain. And that's what everybody's kind of in right now. They're sort of in survival mode with the rain coming down. And I think I see a little bit of sunlight on the horizon. Hear that, or that's just the glow of the city in the background.
Yeah, I gotta say, it is commendable to see somebody driving without traction control in that Corvette in this weather. That is something else.
I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah,
whenever there's rain, it's like traction control at like 2 or 3.
I think all the intermediate drivers, they got a lot more guts than mine. I tried driving in this heavy rain with the intermediates, and I just could not keep the Viper under control. So kudos to those guys. I mean, hopefully this race will come to them later. I'm watching the gap from P1 to P2, and it's going from about 22 seconds up to almost 34 and a half. So they're going to have their work cut off for them in the second half of the race.
Another thing to note is Iron Fix's fastest lap right now from running that soft compound is looking like it's going to hold up pretty well through this race.
Well, as we get to the end, if the track takes a little longer to dry out, we could potentially see Mr. Casual go on soft instead of mediums if there are fewer laps to finish this. So I wouldn't say that the fastest lap is locked up, but it is looking pretty good.
Well, and don't forget, Mr. Casual took the wets, so as that track dries out, he's going to have less chance to run those. He could obviously try and stay off the dry line a little bit to try and extend that tire wear a little bit, but they're going to that tire degradation is going to go pretty quick once that track starts drying out on him.
Yeah, that is a good point. That may end up negating the extra time you may get out there. The intermediate tire runners very well could do that though, where they stick it out for quite a bit longer and then switch to softs at the end.
A PHG Craig in P6 just spun coming out of the first corner. I was just about to say, I was about to give him kudos because he was pretty far behind in last place before the rain came. And after the pit stops, I think he was one that pit a lap earlier. He was comfortably in 6th place, but now Alto's about 3 seconds back, might be able to track him down for that P6.
Yeah, it looks like it just snapped around on him. He was about 2/3 of the way through the turn. The back end came around too fast for him to be able to save him.
It's just a little too heavy on the throttle, I guess.
But he's still up in P6. He's able to keep ahead of Alto and It's Just Carl, who we saw had a heck of a time getting into the pits when the rain first got here. But now trying to make up a position. You can hear the car just fighting for traction. When Craig goes quite a bit wide through the hairpin. Oh, Craig loses it coming out of the hairpin. Once again, having a hard time with managing that throttle on corner exit. We see as he comes out here really wide, trying to get back in, and he is also running no traction control. Yeah, as soon as he gets on the power with that steering input, around the back end it goes. Now he's dropped to 8th place.
Shaggy's going to be in the chat like, I told you so.
And while we've been talking, Mr. Casual has been casually stretching out his lead. He is 41 seconds ahead of P2 right now.
Although with that half-second penalty, or wait, that's not going to do anything.
I mean, call it 41 and a half instead of 42, but maybe 41.
But Iron Fix certainly on a bit of an island here, still has 13, 14 seconds ahead of Fernando.
And it looks like
Iron
the
Fix
rain
and
has
Fernando
stopped.
both on the intermediate tires.
So yeah, I have the radar pulled up and they are officially out of the rain. I don't see any additional bands of rain. So it looks like we're going to be in the drying stage. It's still about halfway up the moisture meter. I can't remember exactly what the cutoff, not the cutoff, the crossover point was in the previous races, but yeah, drivers are definitely going to have to keep an eye on that for now.
Yeah, we are definitely in the intermediate tire range. So we should see people like Iron Fix and Fernando and any others on the intermediate tires start to pick up the pace. And the wet tires, now especially, is the time where the wet tire runners need to be running off of the racing line. As the track dries out, they need to stay on that wet line to keep the grip and also to keep their tires from dying a quick death. It's like Alto is on the wets. We ride along with him. Still trying to manage this. We're not seeing any tire degradation quite yet, but as that rain meter continues to drop, once it gets down to that first bar, those wet tires are going to start getting eaten up very quickly. We're only on lap 13, so there's still quite a few laps to go. But with it being dark out, track should dry a bit slower. And with the fewer cars, kind of hard to say where this is going to end up.
And I think another thing to consider is a driver's confidence. Like some drivers, they may not be completely comfortable sticking to the dry line, so they'll stay out on their wets or their inters for a little bit longer. It might hurt their race in the long run, but if it will, give them more confidence to drive during the drying process, that might help them out a little bit.
Yeah, that's always the philosophy. You'd rather lose 5 seconds of time on the track than lose 12 seconds in a spin.
Exactly.
Or
Very
more.
good point.
As we see, Mr. Casual still has a 40-second lead, but it has actually dropped a little bit as the track dries out. As a reminder, Iron Fix and Fernando in second and third place are on the intermediate tires. So they should start, you would expect them to start reeling Mr. Casual in. But a 40-second gap, even with 12 laps to go, is a lot to make up.
That is a commanding lead.
But at this point, it shouldn't be getting any bigger. We go on board with Fernando, still managing that podium spot. They're in third place. Again, 14 seconds behind PHG Iron Fix and 6 seconds ahead of Nasty. Trying to keep a nice casual race, trying to be like Mr. Casual. Just running his own thing here. And again, as we're watching this dry out, once the rain meter gets down to that first bar, Tuzum, you had mentioned just the confidence you need to have to be able to go out. If the track is drying slower, just how many laps do you wait? And it looks like Mr. Casual is in the pits already.
Yeah, that's I would say that's a bit of a gamble. It's really close. If he's extremely careful, he might be able to survive, but me personally, I think I would have stayed out another lap.
Yeah,
I
he was
agree
just
with
starting
that.
to see a little bit of wear on those wets. I think to your point, Tosum, he probably could have gotten another lap out of it. Tried to stay off the dry line, or what's starting to form as the dry line, and stretched him out. But taking the risk, and here we see Iron Fix is going to be driving by him while he's in the pits.
Yeah, we see in the headlights here, you can start to see the dry line forming. So it's starting to get there. Mr. Casual should be out on pit road exit at this point, but looks like he is going to be overtaken, but shouldn't have to pit anymore for the rest of the race. He did come out on medium. Looks like,
I was gonna say the one thing he's got to be careful for is the transition from the pit exit to the actual racing line, and looks like he handled that well.
it looks like that rain meter isn't quite down to that first bar yet. I know when I've driven this that while you do lose some traction, it doesn't become undrivable till you get a little further up. So he can manage this, but he has to absolutely stay on the racing line. You can't go deep into the corners. You got to stay off the curbs. And if he can do that, again, with having had such a big lead and knowing that Iron Fix has to come into pit, should be able to re-inherit first place as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. A bit of a gamble for having such a big lead. There was no need to gamble, but I'm also not behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, he's making it work so far. It was an interesting choice. Going back to what I said about confidence, I wouldn't have had the confidence to go in on that lap, and right now it looks like it's going to be paying off for him.
Yeah, Mr. Casual running on the mediums here. I mean, it looks like he can even run it kind of casually and maintain the same kind of pace as Iron Fix, who, being on the intermediate tires and running as fast as he can, looks like they're having very similar pace. That gap of about 3-point-some seconds hasn't changed much.
Iron Fix just got a half-second penalty.
And he stayed out another lap. We are seeing spots on the track where the rain gauge is down into racing tire territory, but you get off that racing line. Again, this is that time of the race that is really tricky. It kind of feels like a lose-lose situation. You either stay on your tires. Nasty's tires are really starting to get worn, and of course he does come into the pits to get off of them. Speed bump also on the wets. Tires are worn, but not as badly. Speed bump also going to go into the pits, deciding to get onto that racing compound. Alto also, with some decent tire degradation, decides to pick it out for another lap, as does It's Just Carl. It's Just Carl on the intermediate, so It's Just Carl certainly could go on another lap or two.
I was going to say, I'm wondering if some of the people that are going longer on the inters, will they have the option to pick us off the tire for their second stint? I know Iron Fix, he'll have to go into the hards, as does Fernando. But some of the back runners, they might have Slightly better tire options if they extend this stint.
Yeah,
Yep.
Chisholm, you bring up a good point. I mean, what's the longest somebody can run the soft compounds, you think? If they're, a mid-rear, maybe, Mr. Casual?
Soft tires. If you baby them around the course, I would say you could
Ooh.
comfortably do 6.
Sorry, Mr. Casual went quite wide on that corner exit. He is caught all the way up to Iron Fix, but almost went off. Especially where we're again in this spot where going going wide like that can be very wet conditions. And now he's going to catch up to Iron Fix, but gotta again beware of that wet line. Iron Fix lets him by.
And Casual
Mr.
runs
Casual reinherits
running
the
no
lead.
assists. None. Nothing.
All right, sorry, Tuzum, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you drive carefully and you, like, say you're in an MR, I would imagine you could do a comfortable 6-lap stint, maybe 7. I can't remember how far T-Rex went in the Alpha. I think he tried to do 9 laps, but I think he started to see a drop off after like lap 5 or 6.
Yeah, as we're on with Fernando here, who's on the intermediates. Finishing up lap 16 here. Tires are not looking great. He has got to worry about keeping it. Oh, an Alto
Oh,
went a
no!
little wide. He was still on the wets, but lost it coming out of that final turn before the long section. It looked like he just dipped it into the green stuff there. Or no, it doesn't. Oh, no, it's still getting through the corner. You can hear the tires squealing. Yep, touched the green, and around the back end it went.
That AstroTurf isn't great when it's dry, and it's even worse when it's wet.
Yep, even with the wet tires, it wasn't enough to keep the traction underneath him. Mr. Casual now back in first place with a 20-second lead on Fernando. And remember, Fernando still has to pit. Mr. Casual looking like a genius in this race. Alto came into the pits, get off of that wet compound. Iron Fix just came out. It's just Carl still running the intermediates, but has some tire left.
Now we're entering the social distancing part of the stage.
Yeah, and I'm actually watching Fernando, who is doing a really good job staying in the territory where there's going to be a little bit more water on track, trying to preserve those intermediates just a little bit longer to get them through this next lap.
His fronts are struggling though. I'm curious to know what brake bias he's currently running.
And Fernando has to go on to the hard, correct?
Yes.
That is correct. Oh,
Yep,
no,
so-
I'm sorry. Fernando started on the hard.
Oh,
He'll be taking mediums.
okay, so
Oh, he
he'll
did?
be able to go to the mediums. The Corvette is not always the greatest on tires, so he may be trying to stretch this out just to make sure that those mediums will last for
Oh, he's going to get
10
himself
laps. Oh, but he
penalty
goes
there.
wide. That's going to be a pen.
So much understeer in that corner.
And
There's
just a half
penalty.
second, not too bad.
Now he
Getting
should be
himself
coming in, and he
Lined
does.
up, very nice. And we
Right,
would
so
have to
Iron
imagine,
Fix-
yeah, Iron's going to drive by him in the pits here.
Yep, and will inherit P2. He's currently 50 seconds behind Mr. Casual, so Mr. Casual has continued to put on a clinic in this split. But Iron Fix in the Audi, ooh, he goes deep, getting into the final chicane. Got into the wet stuff, but didn't cause him to spin out. But looking like he's doing pretty good in split 4 here. Audi up in P2. Like in the background, we had another driver head off into the pits. That was It's Just Carl. Yeah, like you mentioned, this is definitely the social distancing phase of this race where everybody is very spread out, just trying to manage their race, finish this off, try not to make mistakes. Maybe
So
manage
Fernando
those
went ahead.
penalties.
Fernando went ahead and went on the mediums. He did not choose to go on the softs, which makes sense. He's got a little ways to go. Still, I don't know that you would have wanted to try to run softs for the rest of the race on that Corvette.
But Fernando, after coming out of the pits, has still been able to maintain P3 with a significant lead on Nasty. Speed
Yeah, I
bump looks
think
like just came out on the racing mediums. Good looking tires still. It's just Carl heading out of the pits.
I think this may be a race where we see someone pull into the softs to maybe try to take that fastest lap from Iron Fix. Especially considering how spread out everybody is at the moment.
Yeah, that would make sense. I could see somebody like Craig, Alto. I don't know that it's just Carl. I think he had to get the hard still, so he has gone with that compound. Yeah, he started medium.
Yeah, someone like Craig, who's in 8th place anyway, could duck in just to try to get that fastest lap. We were seeing in qualifying on the soft tires a lot of 220s, 221s. So there's no guarantee that you're going to get it, but it'd be worth a shot. Get down to the last 3 laps.
Yeah,
As we
Casual
go
just
on,
went
Fernando,
purple in
he's going to
sector
serve his
one.
penalty.
Who was that, Tism?
Mr. Casual, he just went purple through sector one.
It looks like he is catching up to lap traffic. We should start seeing some blue flags out.
And right on cue, there it is.
Flagman's paying attention. That's good. What we pay them to do. Yeah, Mr. Casual now with a 1 minute, 8-second lead over Iron Fix in second place.
I think we should keep a close eye on the gap between P2 and P3. Fernando with that tire advantage.
There's a
With,
yellow flag.
what's that, 7 laps left? He might be able to challenge Iron Fix for P2 if he can put good laps together.
Looks like he's currently in P8. Alto had some type of issue. I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Coming into that last corner this time. Again, just got off the racing line and having a hard time getting it pointed straight again.
Oh, Mr. Casual just went wide going around Craig through Blanchimont. Does not pick up a penalty, though.
Craig goes really deep, trying to stay out of the way of the leaders. Oh, did he get into Alto there? On the rejoin, that rejoin did not look so great. As we see as we go through Blanchimont, well, Mr. Casual, yes, has to go very wide. Then Craig is off in the wet, so he can't get it stopped. When he comes back on, Alto's going to be coming right there.
Oh,
Well, he didn't spin him, but he did touch him.
tough go for Alto today.
Yeah.
And Craig.
Sometimes you have those races you just want to forget about.
Oh, somebody
Iron
left.
Fix here, having a solid run.
That was Alto. Alto left the lobby.
Oh, I think he's had enough.
And Tism, to your point, that gap between Iron Fix and Fernando is
and Nasty
dropping
goes around.
pretty quickly.
Nasty lost it on the corner, went into the wall, and then as was trying to get recovered, goes around again. I'm going to watch the replay here. Comes around the corner, the same corner that Alpha was just on. Oh, yep, goes a little wide. Keeps it straight, but coming through that final corner. It touched the inside.
Yeah,
around it went.
Just touched it.
Yeah.
He might have only looked at it.
Yeah, now trying to get it straightened out when you're off in the wet. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm sure this has been these rain races can be very frustrating, and I'm sure for some of these guys, they can't wait for this to be over. But
Checking the
since
lap
we're
times of P2 and P3. Iron Fix's last lap was a 27.2. Fernando's last lap was a 24.8.
ooh, he is reeling him in quick.
Yeah,
Got a
Fernando
7
got
second
himself the
gap
hunting
still.
license for Iron Fix right now.
I will say, while the field is spread out, I want to remind everybody that if you're interested in this league, pinned in the chat is a link to the Papa's House of Game website, specifically to the Season 2 League page, where you can get all the information on the upcoming races, the current standings, both for the manufacturers and for the different drivers. Definitely go check that out. And then also, we are watching this on T-Case's YouTube channel. T-Case is behind the scenes running the cameras, managing the broadcast. He's doing a phenomenal job. Please remember to like and subscribe to his page. Come on back for more. We do a lot of this league sort of stuff. T-Case also does his T-Case lobbies on Tuesdays. Those are always a lot of fun as well. So we hope to see you back here in the future. With that out of the way, Fernando is continuing to catch up to Iron Fix. That gap is now 2 seconds. It was just 7 seconds not that long ago.
It's a bit inconsequential, but Mr. Casual does have a half-second penalty.
And Fernando's on the mediums, Iron is on the hards, so definitely a difference there, and you are seeing it play out firsthand.
Yep, and with 5 laps to go, it may be just a matter of time, but at the same time, we did see that in the last race, where, who was it that had, in the Genesis, that had the hard tire and was being caught by Papa Oso in the Huracan that had the soft tire and just could catch up, but just couldn't get that pass done. Fernando's going to have to be careful. There is still parts of the track that have a little bit of wetness to it. You can see that visually and also on the rain meter, that when he gets caught up to him, he's going to need to be able to make that pass and make it stick. Luckily, the Corvette is, has good top speed and good acceleration. Maybe a little better for trying to make that pass on the long, easy sections rather than trying to make the pass in all the twisty bits. We'll see how that plays out. That lead has now been reduced to 1.3 seconds. Plenty of time to get this done, though.
Yet, as we talked about earlier, getting within that 1.3 margin there gives you an opportunity to get that split stream, although it looks like the gap is just above that right now.
It looks like Alto may be able to get through Poulan a little better. That high-speed double left-hander as we get into the next S section. Fernando's just got to stay steady. Although Iron Fix is now pulling away a little bit. Maybe he was taking it easy and realized that, oh, someone's getting close. I need to do something about that. Now that gap is up to 1.9.
Somebody from his pit crew must have radioed him, told him it's hammer time.
Said, put the sandwich down. You need to get back to racing. Ooh, almost goes wide. I think he kept it on the track. Going into the heavy braking zone, trying to get through. Goes a bit deep in the chicane.
And Fernando has gotten himself a half second, unfortunately.
Oh. You never want to be your own worst enemy.
At this point, he just got to tell himself he's the quicker driver right now. So just head down, serve the penalty, and let's focus back up.
Yep, you always got to remember to run your race. Not worry about what the other guys are doing. If we look back between Speed Bump and Nasty, they are both on a bit of an island. Speaking of running their own race, nobody around them. just Carl back in 6th place. Hashtag not last.
And actually, Mr. Casual is now catching up there to It's Just Carl.
Yep, looking to put another car a lap down. He gets through turn 1 here, Mr. Casual, hoping to just get an easy pass done. It's just Carl staying ahead for now. Blue flags are out. That should tell It's Just Carl that if Mr. Casual gets up on his bumper, that he needs to let him go.
And I think Mr. Casual is just enjoying that slipstream right now and taking advantage of it.
And he has gone purple. That slipstream could help him take the, or he already has the fastest lap. I did not notice. He has a
I didn't catch that either.
2:19.954.
Yeah, he just set that one too.
Looks like he got the pass done on It's Just Carl. Fernando just serves his penalty. Iron Fix now has that lead extended to about 2.5 seconds. Still 3 laps to go. Fernando looking to just, like you said, heads down, try to get caught back up.
Man, I mean, at this point, Mr. Casual could actually take an extra pit stop if he really wanted to. He's got more than enough time. I can't imagine he will, but he could.
Could have done that, get onto the softs and secure that fastest lap.
I'm willing
Fernando,
to bet that he's thinking that he's got that all wrapped up.
well, he's already got bonus points for most laps led, leading a lap. Fernando is definitely catching up now. I think he's gotten those thoughts out of his head and has now gotten that lead down to a second. So he is within the slipstream range once they get to the fast section again. And again, with that Corvette already having some power and speed, should be able to help him close up on Iron Fix.
And Mr. Casual,
into the pits.
Wow.
did he hear me? What's going on there?
He might be listening. At 20% fuel, I don't think he needed to get any more fuel. So we will see if he goes on to the racing softs.
Yeah, he doesn't want to just go for
Mr.
fastest.
Joe Collins, for the $5 donation to Case Channel. It's much appreciated.
Hey, thank you, Joe.
He's not just going for fastest lap, he's going for fasterest lap.
Like Fernando's cut another 10th off of that time. Like Mr. Casual did add a little bit of fuel. Not sure if that was needed or if it was just because.
Fernando up on his personal best there.
Yep, and Mr. Casual did come out on the soft. Fernando still within, just barely within that second, is bringing that time down. Now down to 0.8. Well, it's dropping rapidly now. Iron Fix definitely got through the chicane there a bit better. Later on the brakes, maintaining that gap of about a second. We'll get through turn 1, La Source, and then Fernando again will have the slipstream on this long section here. Gap now down to less than 0.8.
Yeah, Fernando's got Iron Fix in his iron sights.
That he does. He's got 2 laps
Oh,
to
a
get
little
this
wide.
done.
That's going to be a half, if not a whole. But I think it'll be a half second.
Yep,
There it is.
another
No,
half
Fernando.
second.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, got to keep it on the track. Got to be so frustrating when you're getting close. You're trying to push it just that little bit more to get there. Oh, he went off on the left leading into it. then again through there.
And such a shame
He only
he's got
got a half
himself.
second from that one.
Yeah, such a shame he's got himself right up to the bumper of Iron Fix now, and that half second's gonna definitely cause a bigger gap.
I mean, if he can get up onto his bumper, that half second penalty will turn into a 1 second gap, which is where he was when he started the last lap. So in one lap, he could make that up, but then it's a matter of when to get the pass done. He's been trying to just run him down. He hasn't been able to get any data on what it is that Iron Fix is going to do once he gets caught.
Yeah, if you look at their most recent lap, Fernando ran a 22.556, where Iron actually ran a 23.7. So Fernando's got the pace to still get it done in one lap. As he serves his halfer. That gap turns into, what, about 1.5 by the time they're done here?
Looks like it.
A little bit more, maybe.
Now, Fernando needs to be careful. He needs to not overdrive this last lap and really throw it away. If he can just do the laps he's been doing, he'll catch him.
Mr. Casual was almost 4/10 purple after Sector 1.
Poof. Fernando getting through turn 1. Iron Fix out of turn 1 maintains that 1.6 second gap. So no slipstream for Fernando to help close that gap. But you can see the Corvette power has dropped to 10th.
Got to make it through here without a pen, and he does. Well done, Fernando.
If he can close this gap, he may have one final attempt if he can get close enough going into the bus stop chicane.
He's got to be clean through the twisty bits. Mr. Casual coming up on time check number 2.
Wow.
Still purple, up 1.2.
So he's also going to take fastest. All right, Fernando's got it down to 1.1 seconds. Mr. Casual 51 seconds ahead with the extra pit stop. And a dominant performance today, coming into the final chicane, hoping to put an exclamation point on his inaugural run in the PHG World Series. He comes to the line. P1, well done, Mr. Casual.
Woo! Just a masterclass by Mr. Casual.
As we watch this, it looks like Iron Fix that lead is back up to 1.3 seconds. And as we get to I don't know that there's going to be enough time with a 1.5 second gap. I don't think Fernando's going to get to him. He's got to hope that Iron Fix makes a mistake into the final chicane. Maybe outbreaks himself.
Looks like they both got a pretty good exit there out of the turn into the back straight.
If that lead is coming down, but not fast enough.
Now, like you said,
there's a solid race today.
Still a chicane left that they both have to manage cleanly. Iron Fix looks to have had it done.
Yep.
No wiggles, no bubbles, no troubles.
Good work. P2 for Iron Fix, P3 for Fernando. And speed bump back in P4 with that Honda. Keeping it clean. Those racing mediums still looking good. Comes through the final chicane. Should be happy with that performance there, finishing P4. Is he out of fuel? No, he's not out of fuel. He's just stopping. He's letting Nasty by.
I wonder what that was for.
Oh, I wonder if something happened back. But he allowed Nasty to take P4. We have to see in chat if anything is mentioned. PHG Craig finished himself up a lap down. And it's just Carl bringing it home. P6. Oh, and time runs out. So there we go, Mr. Casual with pole position and the victory in split 4 in his first race in the PHG World Series. Tuzum, can you take us through the results?
Sure thing. We have Mr. Casual in P1. Dominant performance also takes fastest lap with a 2:18.471. Iron Fix narrowly takes P2, and just less than a second behind P2 was Fernando B in P3. Fourth position is PHG Nasty, and Speed Bump actually gave up P4 to Nasty, so Speed Bump will take P5. It's Just Carl, the final car on the lead lap, takes P6. PhD Craig finishes one lap down in P7. And Alto, with an engine failure, did not finish the race.
Well, that was a tale of two races. We had Mr. Casual putting on a nice, solid performance throughout, as it showed at the end. It's some other drivers who probably had races that they wish to forget. The rain, some of the spins. What'd you think of that one, Slow-Mo?
Oh, I thought it was a very good race. If I had to pick a driver of the race, I'm going to go with Fernando, honestly. I think he did a very good job. He started P3, he finished P3. He did everything he could to make up that ground. He navigated penalties, and I think Fernando's my pick there. It's hard not to pick Mr. Casual. He literally just put on a clinic there.
What about you, Tuzum?
I agree with everything that Slow-Mo said about Fernando. It's a really shame about those penalties because he looked like he was on for P2. My driver of the day, I would give to Iron Fix. He did well to hold off Fernando in those final stages, especially considering the tire deficit. Wish it could have been a little bit more pressure put on to Mr. Casual in that first stint, but wasn't quite meant to be. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Mr. Casual, absolutely phenomenal drive in that split. Hardly set a foot wrong. But yeah, congrats to the podium finishers.
Yeah, and I think, I'll take that. Lets me take the easy way out. I will choose Mr. Casual as my driver of the day with the dominant performance. Again, I'll reiterate, first time out in this league, shows us what he's made of. Glad to see that he was able to put in a good performance, keep it consistent. I think we saw him get just a couple of penalties, but, was able to just kind of drive away with it. So well done to Mr. Casual. With that said, that's two races in the books. We have one more left to go. We have stint 5 coming up. Also going to be at Spa. Should be a heck of a race. Remember to do all the YouTube things. We are watching TK's channel. Make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe to come back for more. TK's doing a lot of work behind the scenes here, putting this production on, hosting the broadcast. We thank him for that. With that being said, we're going to take a short break before we come back for the final split. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PHG World Series. We are on round 5 of season 2. This is Tuzzlebox, aka Velvet Thunder, and I'll be taking you through this final split 5 race of the day. Joining me, we have Salamander once again, and we have Mr. Casual, winner of split 4. Salamander, say hello again to the people.
Hello, people.
And Mr. Casual, I think we got a little bit of time before quali starts. Tell us a little bit about your race.
My race was an interesting tale. It was like everyone wanted me, but every time everyone got close to me, it's like, you get a half-second penalty. You get a half-second penalty. So that was interesting to me. For the qualities, I did a quick practice before Shaggy started up the session, and I was like, I timed how long the pit was, and my timer said 53 seconds. So I was like, okay, so I have time to do about 2 laps of burning fuel and then time it just right.
All right, so our quality session is going to start in about 3 minutes. But before we do that, first we'll take a quick recap of today's race. So we are at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Drivers are to do 25 laps. The tire wear is 3x, and the racing hard tires are required. The fuel consumption is also at 3x, and we will be racing in the Group 3 machinery today. All right, now we're going to take a look at our Split 5 drivers. Salomon, you want to run down the list for us?
Sure, Tuzzle. So first we have PHG Geezer Gears running for Team Ferrari, and then PHG Horn of Plenty in the Porsche, Pub Josh 76 in the Ford, AGRT Chase running for Team AMG, Slow-Mo, our commentator, we're going to cheer for him. He's running for Team Lexus, PHG Pyro in the Genesis, PHG Skellington running in the Chevrolet Corvette, my favorite for this one, being that I'm on Team Corvette. Angry Fredbird running in the Genesis. And Big Joe 603, another one of our commentators, running in the Alfa Romeo.
All right, and I don't think we've gotten confirmation on that, but I think Leo, since he didn't race in the previous split, he might be trying to get into Split 5.
Yep, he is in the lobby.
All right, so we will have one extra entrant in Leo, another one of our commentators. So yeah, that Split 4 race, a lot of penalties, a lot of spins. Mr. Casual, what are you expecting in this Split 5 race?
In this one, I'm expecting everyone to pretty much know what they're going to do. I guess the one that I'll be keeping an eye on. I guess I'll be seeing what Fredberg can do the Genesis, because as we've seen this weekend, the Genesis is usually a top contender. So looking forward to see what sort of strats everyone comes up with.
Yeah, for sure. Salamander, what about you? What are your thoughts going into this final race?
Well, in the final race, and there's going to be a lot more of what we just saw. I am going to be keeping an eye on, well, Skellington for one, because he's in the Corvette, but I'm definitely going to be watching PHG Pyro. PHG Pyro is one of the PHG elite members, so he is very fast. In talking to him yesterday in commentary, he did say that he does not like the rain. He is not good at the rain, which is why he qualified so low, because the split qualifying earlier in the week was all in the rain. But now that we're going to have a lot of ride laps, I do expect him to get a big lead and run away with it. But we will see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this race turns out. But before we enter that race, we of course have to qualify, and I believe that will be getting underway now. So we're going to take a look to see who's going to be the first out of the pits. Looks like PHG Pyro is second out of the pits.
I believe that's Stiggy up in front.
PHD Stiggy will be the first out of the pits. Let's see, was that I was about to say that sounded like the Alpha. So we saw T-Rex Arms with an interesting strategy, try to make an extended stint on the softs work, but it didn't quite work for him. We'll see if Stiggy tries something different in this race. PHG Pyro in that black and red Genesis.
Very nice.
Leo the U.S. Army clad Mazda RX Vision.
Okay.
Slow-mo in the Hyundai Genesis. No, that's Lexus. Sorry, I can't read cars.
Yeah. Oh, you're fine.
With the Hankey's Tavern livery. Now we got Angry Fredbird driving for Genesis. I like the use of the stock colors on that car, because I think that car in its stock livery has a similar color scheme.
Oh.
Pub Josh 76 with the Mountain Dew. I think that's got to be Code Red, right?
Hard Mountain.
Yeah, there it is. I see it right on the front there. I gotta say that I think that's my favorite Mountain Dew flavor.
Oh, Code Red, yeah. Code Red's pretty good. My favorite's always been Baja Blast.
Live wire.
Oh, yeah. Livewire, yeah, that's the orange one.
Yes.
But,
Go Team Corvette.
woo!
Skeleton repping the Corvette team. Horn of Plenty. Driving for Porsche.
A very TK of you. Like a red flat.
Next we got Big Joe in that Alpha. The Gulf livery Alpha. Alright, T. Calver's a bit close behind. We'll see if that'll affect his lap. He's driving in the BMW M6. Can anybody tell if that's the sprint model or the endurance model just by looking at it?
It's an impossible task.
I don't know. Someone once told me that the endurance model has additional lights in the front.
I think if you leave it stock, like you don't put any liveries on it, I think it has like, was it yellow headlights?
I'm not sure. I thought all the Group 3 cars had white headlights, but Stiggy, he gets a half-second penalty on his first lap. He'll be able to serve that penalty before finishing this lap, so he'll be able to try for another hot lap on lap 3.
The Alfa Romeo being so good on the tires, they may not need to pit to change tires at all. Can just churn some laps.
Possibly.
That could be true. I think somebody in Split 4, not in an Alpha, but I think they did a similar strat where they just ran 3 or 4 straight hot laps without pitting for tires. I'm taking a look at Leo once again in that Mazda RX Vision. He's following close behind Stiggy, so he's going to get a nice slipstream going down the final straight coming out of Blanchimont. Will Stiggy get out of the way, or... No, he's going to stay in front. I don't know how much that compromised Stiggy.
I guess he did get out of the way.
So Leo be the first across the line with a... I couldn't tell, I think it was a 220, but PHG Pyro first lap out with a 218.9. That's going to be the provisional pole to beat for this session. Take a look at Skeleton in the Corvette. P4 with a 220.4, I believe that's said. Warner Punty next across the line. 221.7. Yeah, I'm getting 2 different times when I look at these numbers.
Yeah. Alright.
So Horn of Plenty takes P4 away from Skellington. Okay. Angry Fredbird in P3 resets to the pits. I would assume he's gonna try to do one more out lap and then 2 hot laps back to back. I got a little bit of a gaggle here. I hope these guys are aware that it's only qualifying and they shouldn't be jockeying this much for position, but you know, I'll take the action if I can get it.
Like Leo may have gotten out of the way to let Pyro go by. coming out of the turn.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if either of these two pit. I would imagine if they were going to try like a fuel burn strategy, they would be pitting in this lap because I think both of their laps were compromised with that little bit of a quarrel that they had.
Did have Angry Fredbird and T. Calvert come into the pits after the first lap. T. Calvert had done that first lap on mediums, but now has switched to softs.
Okay.
Interesting. I wonder if he knew that he was on mediums. I know a lot
It may
of
have
times I
just
go
been
out
a fuel burn lap anyway.
Yeah, I can't count how many times I've gone into a lobby or a sports session and qualified on the wrong tires.
There's that oops. All right.
So we got eyes on slow-mo going through Blanchimont, revving that Lexus to its absolute limit. Hard on the brakes as he enters the first part of bus stop. Careful on the throttle.
All right. He does improve. Okay.
222.
That'll put him in P6.
Okay. Looking
Big
good.
Joe and that little Alpha, he's got a lot of ground to make up on this lap. Best lap right now is a 225. I was looking like this should be an improvement. I'm gonna say a mid 222. 222.2. That puts him in the P6 above slow-mo.
Got P10 coming to the line. Josh 76.
So that's gonna be quick.
221 flat. That puts him P3.
Really solid lap for this lobby. Let's see, PhD Stiggy, this would be his third flying lap in a row.
Okay.
Depending on how quickly he can get to the finish line.
P4 coming to the line, or he's on his out lap. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stiggy might be able to eke out another lap if he can get to the finish line quick enough, but those tires may not be up for the challenge of going for pole at that point. We're getting close to the Sector 2 split. We'll see how his time compares. Crosses the line, and he is almost 6/10 up on his PB.
Not bad.
That'll be enough to at least put him over P5.
Looks like right behind him, Slow-Mo is 3/10 up on his.
I think this might be one of the Alpha's weakest section. I don't believe it has the top end like some of the other cars do, but we'll see how he handles. Bus stop looked pretty clean, pretty smooth exit.
Ooh.
Did lose a couple tenths, but does improve up into P7. Slow-mo crosses the line.
Ooh.
Just shy of improving. But he will have one more opportunity with that final lap. Looked like he did have enough time after crossing the line to finish his next lap.
Ellington just crossed the line with a 6/10 improvement on his personal best.
Okay. Let's see.
So, Pyro is on his outlet. He actually might not even take the next lap. Okay, so he does get to finish, start the next lap, I should say, but with that 2-minute rundown, he will not be able to finish this lap. So the 218.9 that he currently has will stay.
All right.
Oh, he is taking quite the line through Eau Rouge. Perhaps he was aware that he wasn't going to finish that lap and just wanted to give us a little bit of a show.
Maybe. Yeah, that was quite the line.
From the bonnet cam.
The landing.
Hopefully, Team Genesis can get that car fixed in time for the race. We'll see if he can make it back to the pits with the car in its current condition. It looked like T. Calvert improved on his time, but did not improve on his position. So unfortunately, he is relegated to P10.
Okay.
That was an interesting qualifying session. I think we saw
Yeah.
Pyro, definitely had some fast times there, but it encountered some traffic that may have slowed him down. Be interesting to see how he handles the first part of the race. But Leo up in P2, another quick drive.
Very impressive showing from Leo, making his commentators look good. Yeah, I mean we've seen 4 splits of this race so far. We've seen every tire strategy anybody can think of. Salamander, what kind of strategies are you expecting from this race? Are you expecting stuff just as crazy, or you think this one might be a little more conservative?
I think it's probably going to be fairly conservative. I would guess that we're probably going to see a similar where the top half start on a softer compound and the rear half start on a harder compound. I would not be surprised though to see if Pyro starts on the hards right away, to see if he does something a little bit different. But I do anticipate seeing similar strategies. I don't know that we're going to see anything wild, but at the same time, maybe somebody's cooking up something that we haven't thought of.
Yep, that's very true. Mr. Casual, you want to take us through our starting grid for Split 5?
Of course. So in pole, we have PHG Pyro with a 218.961. Behind him, we have PHG Leo, the 229.12. Rounding out the podium, we have Angry Fredbird with the 221.029. Behind him, we have Pub Josh with a 221.068. And in fifth, we have PHC Sticky with the 221.541. And in sixth place, we have PHG Horn of Plenty, 221.781. Another PHG member, and Jack Skellington with a 222.040. Then in eighth, we have fellow colleague Big Joe with a 222.265. And in ninth, we have our other colleague with Slow-Mo having a 222.312. And finally, and last but not least, we have T. Calvert with a 224.876.
All right, so that's going to be our starting grid for our final race that will be starting in just a couple minutes. I've said this a few times throughout these broadcasts, and if these drivers are going to have a good finish, the main thing that they have to do is keep the car on track, avoid penalties, avoid the rain. If they can just keep the car on track, they're guaranteed to have a pretty solid finish, despite not having the speed of some of the other drivers in this lobby. Salamander, question for you. So we've got PHG Pyro in this lobby, who we're suspecting is going to put together a similar performance like Casual did in the fourth split. If you were starting in P2 or P3, how would you handle this race?
Well, it's really just a matter of running my own race and getting what I could get out of it. Like you mentioned, I think after seeing the last race, really trying to just race the track more so than the competitors, and just try to put in something consistent. Keep it on the track. Don't make mistakes. Gain some confidence, I think, is what you're going to need to do. You can always hope that Pyro's off his game today, and that maybe he'll let you by, or maybe the fact that he has admitted he's not very good in the rain might actually give you a chance to catch him. So, but with that being said, you still try to stick with that mantra of just do what you can, get out of the car what you're capable of, and just kind of use it as another learning experience and improve.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to see just how quote unquote bad Pyro is in the rain. I mean, his quality time does kind of reflect that, but I mean, race pace might be a completely different story. We'll find out soon enough. If he is as bad in the rain as he says he does, maybe he'll start on on a softer compound and try to build as much of a gap as he can. I don't know. It'll be a toss-up. All right, so we've got word that the cars are gridded. As always, it is a false start check on a grid start. Drivers are revving their cars. Pyro has his wipers on already. Nope, just turned them off. Lights are off, and away we go.
Okay.
Everybody gets away cleanly. That Alpha,
look at that
Stiggy,
Alpha.
amazing start. Jumping into P3 right off the gate. He's going to go, just in front of P4. Josh, that was an amazing start from Stiggy in that Alpha. I did not anticipate that much power coming from that Alpha. PSG Pyro, Leo staying as they are. Stiggy looks like he might even challenge Leo for P2. Stiggy and Leo both on the hard side. Oh, Leo going wide in the braking section in the right-hander. Getting it all wrong. So Stiggy will move up to P2 after starting in P5. Josh will not remain, but Josh will be in P3. Angry Fredbird in P4. Looks like most of the front runners are currently running on the hard tires to start. We got Horn of Plenty on the mediums. So he's going to want to try to slice his way through this field as much as possible.
Okay.
So we're going to get a quick replay of the mishap from Leo in just a moment. Looks like we're getting some technical difficulties with the lobbies. We'll try to get that replay if we can. Alright, so here we go.
Okay.
So let's see, going into the braking zone, and I think he braked too late and then went to the outside to avoid running into P1, and then just hit the grass, and braking under the grass will almost guaranteed to spin you out. Okay, so Stiggy is currently under pressure from Josh. Josh going around the outside in Blanchimon.
Oh, there he goes wide.
Oh, goes a bit wide. That's probably going to be a penalty. We'll take a quick look. Stiggy demoted into P3. Where did Josh go?
Josh
did he
went
outbreak
off.
himself into? Yeah, I think he outbroke himself in a bus stop.
He's
not moving.
P8 and his park. He may have had an equipment failure because his car
I was
not
going to
moving.
say that looked like he has some type of issue because now he's just stationary.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate. He still hasn't moved.
Oh, now he's underway.
I was hoping we wouldn't have to get a safety car for this race. So Horn of Plenty is up into P3, making good use out of those medium tires. Is tracking down Stiggy, who is just under a quarter of a sec, or just under a second ahead. Pyro is slightly checking out. He's about 2.5 seconds ahead of P2.
Quick shout out to Flat Pick Slim in chat, the $20 donation. Thank you very much for that. Case appreciates it.
Nice.
I will say the tire strategy on this is a bit opposite from what I was anticipating. All three of the front runners are starting on hard, and then some of the other drivers further to the back are starting on the medium. So, kind of an inverse of what I was thinking was going to happen.
Yeah, after what I've seen in today's races, I think the hard and then wet tire and then the medium finish, ultimately I think that would have been the better strat, and I'm not surprised to see the last split drivers utilizing that strategy a lot more than what we've seen before. So we're on board with Horn of Plenty, still tracking down PHG Stiggy in that Alpha. Stiggy going a bit wide. Coming out of that right-hander. Horn of Plenty is going to have a lot of slipstream. should be close enough after Blanchimont to be able to tap going into the bus stop chicane. Let's see if he goes for it. He's eyeing to move down the inside, but he stays put. Stiggy going a bit wide in the first part of bus stop, sliding out of the second part. Trying to do everything he can to get away from that Porsche from Horn of Plenty. Coming into La Source.
Alright.
Another really good exit in that Alpha. That Alpha seems to be really good in the acceleration zones, but I know the Porsche is also really powerful coming out of corners as well. Going through Eau Rouge, coming out of Radion. Horn of Plenty got a much better exit coming out of Radion.
Closing fast.
Yeah.
Stiggy doing a little bit of a weave, trying to break up that slipstream. Horn of Plenty going to go to the right, take the inside. Hard on the brakes. And makes it stick.
All right.
So now Horn of Plenty has a 4-second gap, 4.5 second gap to PHG Pyro. Now he does have the tire advantage, but you know Pyro, he's absolutely flying. His fastest lap on the hards is 22.7 as of right now. So yeah, we'll see if Horn of Plenty can close that gap and perhaps challenge Pyro. You know, put a little bit of pressure on him before we go into that that rainy stage that we all know is coming.
Oh yes. All right.
Yeah, we're on with Stiggy, who got a really good exit coming out of Puhan. Looks like there might have been a little nudge in the braking zone, but no damage.
Yeah, all good.
Angry Fredbird is hanging out right behind these two, also staying in the slipstream, trying to make this a three-way battle for second.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, he's well within slipstream range of Stiggy. Yeah, Stiggy did well to keep up with Horn of Plenty in the twisty section. I imagine it's going to be a struggle for him to keep up now, especially with that Genesis lurking behind him. He might be safe going into bus stop, but again, if Angry Fredberg is close enough, he's probably going to get past in a similar fashion that he did last lap when Horn of Plenty took over after Kemmel Straight.
All right.
I'm starting lap 4. This is our battle for P2 and P3. These three drivers separated by just about 2 seconds. Oh, Stiggy getting sideways coming out of La Source. Barely holds on to it. Didn't seem to lose a whole lot of time to Angry Fredbird, but Angry Fredbird is well within the slip, and that Genesis is no slouch on the straight, so looks like Fredbird didn't get quite the greatest exit out of Radion, so we have to sit tight for at least another half a lap.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Josh may have DC'd.
Yep. Technical difficulties.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see that disconnect. Watching PHG Skeleton, kind of got good amount of real estate to himself. Just relaxing in P5 in that Corvette. Yeah, Slow-mo trying to track him down. P6. He's also...
About 2 laps ago, Slow-mo was putting some pressure on Skellington, but Skellington's been able to get away as we've continued on.
Yeah, we can see the field starting to spread out just a bit in the back. Got eyes on PHG Pyro, who currently has the fastest lap and is purple after Sector 2. So he's actually pulled out an additional 1.5 second gap on Horn of Plenty.
All right.
So it looks like right now that tire advantage that Horn of Plenty has is not phasing Pyro in the least bit.
No, not really. I'm curious how our competitors will fare once the wet stuff gets here, because kind of in their own races in a sense, as long as they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, we've seen in previous races that the quicker drivers were able to get another lap out of their tires before needing to pit for wets.
Yeah.
So and that looks like that might also be the case for this race.
And speaking of, when I wasn't too certain in my split on whether the rain was going to get there before I got into the pits or not, I was like, let me just play it safe.
Yeah, speaking of, we were watching you just as the rain started to come. Did you get nervous when you stayed out for that last lap? Did you think that you made the wrong choice?
I never thought I made the wrong choice, but at the beginning of the lap, I'm like, I think I should be able to make it as long as I don't make any mistakes. And then about halfway through the lap, I'm like, uh-oh, this is going to be close. So it was closer than I would have liked, but made it work in the end. So it all panned out.
All right, taking a look at the battle for P2, Stiggy, not too far back. He's trying to stay within fighting range of Horn of Plenty, just about 1.7 seconds back. The better he can stay with him on this stint, however, this race will come to him in the later half when Stiggy's on the mediums, and Horn of Plenty has to eventually go into the hards.
One battle I've been watching in the back is Skellington is starting to slowly reel in Angry Fredbird. Maybe in a couple laps, that might be one to watch.
Let's see.
He was about 4 seconds
close.
back. Now he's down up to 1.5.
Okay, so yeah, Angry Fredbird, he's on the tear right now.
Okay. All right.
They are both on the same racing compound, racing hard. So Skellington just trying to get another spot.
I know Salamander's enjoying every second of this.
Thing is, the Corvette and the Genesis are both very equally matched when it comes to the straights and the twisty sections. So there isn't necessarily an advantage one over the other on any section of track. So this is a very evenly matched battle, and it looks like he's cut another 3/10. In fact, Skellington 9/10 up on his personal best. So feeling it at the moment.
And if he can nail a source, which it looked like he did, it's gonna have slipstream all throughout this front straight. That'll help him reel him in even more.
All right.
Let's see if he keeps it clean through Redion. He does.
Very good.
Gap is very slowly but surely decreasing now. It's just under a second. He's going to take all the slipstream that he can get. Oh, it even goes purple in Sector 1.
Okay. Let's see.
Watching from the rear wing of Angry Fredbird.
All right.
See that Corvette just getting slightly larger and larger.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Not seen in the back in 8th. Leo's catching up T. Calvert in 7th. So, recovery drive from Leo continues.
Thank you, cameraman. All right, so yeah, the gap to P7, just about a second. Leo, after his early spin, doing a good job to start clawing his way back up the field.
His lap times have been consistent. You have a 23, a 23, and last lap was a 22.
And yeah, that's definitely what you want to see. The more consistent you can get those lap times, the more comfortable you'll feel in the car and in the race overall. He's even about a 10th up on his personal best.
Okay. It's good to hear.
This gap is diminishing rapidly now. Let's see if he tries to threaten to move going to Blanchimont. I think he's going to stick behind for a moment.
Oh,
Has to lift because of that dirty
Yeah.
air.
mhm.
Almost went wide coming out of Blanchimont, but he's still within striking distance if he can just have a clean bus stop. Maximize the exit. T. Calvert going just a bit wide, not the best exit. Leo's going to be able to stay over the back of him. Might able to make a move into the source. He's going to stick his nose down the inside. Who's
Yep.
going to be braver on the brakes? T. Calvert's a bit braver on the brakes. But Leo
Alright.
with that inside line, hard on the gas,
Done.
and he has that move done.
All right.
Now he will be under threat. That BMW is quite fast in the straights. Now we're going to get a quick replay. And down the inside. Just takes the shortest line through that corner.
All right.
And let's see. Okay, so Leo did manage to escape. I'm guessing that his Radeon, Eau Rouge and Radeon was better. The gap to P8 behind is just about 7.5 tenths.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much longer before the rain starts showing up.
It's starting to look a little misty.
As we just saw the gap from P1 to P2, it looked like it shrunk to just about 4.5 seconds. So, I'm not sure if Pyro had a little mishap or if Horn of Plenty just turned up the heat a little bit.
Yeah, see
Yeah,
the lights
Pyro-
are on.
Yeah, Pyro's last lap was a 24.4, so he definitely was a lot slower on that last lap.
Yeah. Must have had a moment.
Looks like Skeleton dropped back a bit from Angry Fredbird. The gap is now over 2 seconds to P4.
Ooh.
Yes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the rain should begin to appear next lap. I would imagine all of these drivers are going to stay up for this lap, and then either they'll make the decision to pit on lap 8 or lap 9, if I'm not mistaken. I think Pyro, with where he is, he'll most likely be able to pit the lap after. As is Horn of Plenty, because he's not too far behind either.
Yeah, they might be able to get away with it. But yeah, further back is like they might need. As
Slow-mo going a bit wide,
yeah.
coming out of bus stop.
Ooh.
Oh, both of them driving in cursive. Slow-mo and Leo. Battle of the commentators. Entering the source. Okay, Leo stay within slipstream range. He does. Just about 7 tenths behind, so he's going to have
I see.
great draft coming down this main straight.
And meanwhile, I see in fourth, Frepper's only about a
Slow-mo
second
just got
ahead of Skellington.
So Slow-mo just got a pin. I believe he cut Radeon. Leo was close to get a pin, but he avoided it. Slow-mo with the half-second penalty.
But yeah, Fred's only about a second ahead in fourth of Skellington. So, yeah, I think everyone's just trying to keep it pointed forward before the ring.
Skeleton did a great job to reel back in Angry Fredbird after whatever mishap he may have had. Yeah, the rain, I imagine, is looming. I know the drivers can see it. We can't see it, so we have to just go off of their reactions, but it's definitely on the forefront of their mind now. I'm checking to see. I don't see any windshield wipers moving just yet,
Yeah,
so
not quite.
nothing started as of yet.
Slow-mo back in sixth had just gone off the track. He was just going to let Leo pass. Slow-mo also with the pen. Leo was going to get that anyway, but
We're going to take a look to see what happened to Slow-mo. Just carried a bit too much speed around that first right-hander.
Yeah.
I think hitting that curb might have bounced him out. He kind of ping-ponged across the track.
Oh, Pyro is in the pits.
Yeah, I can see the radar because I'm looking at the radar in the lobby, and yeah, it's on its way.
So
I think
Pyro
he's
has
the only one who stayed out.
Yeah.
Pyro's in the pit. Horn and Plenty, Fredbird, and Skeleton are all in the pit. Stiggy is the only front runner who did not pit.
I
Leo
think
is
he'll.
also in the pits.
I think he can make up some good time if he can get there before it gets too heavy.
Windshield wipers are on already.
Yeah. I think Pyro went lap too early.
Well, we will see. All eyes are on Stiggy now. I think he might be the only driver who didn't pit. I'm trying to look at the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stiggy's the only driver who didn't pit. So, if he does not get caught up by the rain, this could be a masterclass. He'll have the fresher wet tires, plus he'll have another lap in dry weather on slick tires. So, this could play out in his favor, or it could backfire. We'll see. Moist meter is still empty. I don't know if he has manual wipers, but I don't see his wipers on at the moment.
Yeah, not yet.
So far he's clear. The wipers are on. So we at least know rain is falling at this point.
Oh, part of the reason why I went longer before going in my race was I know it was going to take a little bit of time for the track to get wet enough. So I was like, basically, I was like, okay, I think I can do it.
Yeah, I think Stiggy, he might have to deal with some heavy rain through bus stop, but I think this might have worked out for him. Maybe.
Yeah, because I'm sure y'all saw when I got towards this part in my race, I took it easy. I didn't want to make it into a short one.
It is raining hard around the start-finish line, though.
Yep.
Yeah, at this point, he's going to have to be extremely careful, and he knows that he's hard on the brakes going into Blanchie mod, keeps it clean on the track.
All right.
And he's going to want to brake extremely early.
Yeah, it's almost carbon copy of mine, so very good.
Yeah, he handled that really well. He did lose some time.
I was going to say, tire-wise, the next three drivers, Pyro, Horn of Plenty, and Angry Fredbird, all went out on intermediates.
Okay.
In fact, Angry Fredbird back and forth just went off track. Skellington's the first driver on wet.
Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't trust myself to drive in intermediates in this weather.
Yeah.
I tried it. I could not keep the car on track. I don't know if it was me or the car. I'm gonna blame both.
Yeah, I went with wets in my ascent because they're a bit safer, and I was going to go to slicks as soon as I could. So, if you want to run long, then yeah, you could possibly want to do inters. But yeah, like you just said, it's hard.
Well, Stiggy is refueling. He fills up to a full tank. He's going to be exiting the pits now, but he still has a bit of that pit exit to drive through. I suspect Pyro might be able to get through.
Battle for P4 and P5 is on Angry Fredbird and Skellington.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh.
All right, so Pyro does get in front of Stiggy, but Stiggy is not too far back.
Okay.
Just about 1.5 seconds behind by the end of Kemmel Straight. So look at that
Skellington here has the tire advantage in the full wet conditions and really catching up to Angry Fredbird.
Get just a bit sideways coming out already on. Fredbird picks up a half-second penalty.
Uh-oh.
So that's definitely going to put a damper on his challenge for P4.
Yeah.
Man, that spray, you can barely see anything out of the front of that car from that cockpit.
I will say, at least it's not iRacing spray. I was watching Basic Ollie and his race. I was like, oh my god, you literally can't see anything if you're behind a car in the wet.
Fredbird and Skeleton going a bit wide in the hairpin. Fredbird playing with fire, driving over those curbs.
Yeah.
But it keeps it moving forward.
Okay. Let's see, anyone else?
So I
Only
think
other.
yeah, Skeleton, he might challenge and try to take that position even before Angry Fredbird has to
Maybe.
serve that penalty. Skeleton going around the outside.
Oop,
We'll have the inside for the left-hander.
it's making it work.
And he is
Yep.
in front just enough. So they go into the right-hander, and Skeleton does take P4 before they get to that penalty zone. Both drivers giving each other space. You love to see it. I think at that point,
Yeah.
he knew he had to relinquish that spot.
Okay.
So now Leo is threatening Angry Fredbird. Leo continuing his climb through the ranks. He's looking to take P5. And after that penalty, he's now within a second of Angry Fredbird in P5.
Yeah, and the gap between our leaders are about the same as they were when they came out of the pits. About 1.6, 1.7, give or take. All right.
See Leo going off the racing line to get a little more traction under braking. Gets a better exit coming out of La Source and will overtake Fredbird for P5. Really making good use out of those wet tires.
Yeah.
While we were watching that, Stiggy got himself a half-second penalty going through Radeon, so it's going to hurt his chances of keeping up with Pyro.
Oh no, Leo just lost it.
No.
He came out already and he was sliding for a little bit and he looked like he caught it, but then it just got into a massive tank slapper. So he held it here and then corrects it, but then slides some more in the curb and
Oof, that snap.
Too much weight transfer. Around it went. Yeah, watching Stiggy, he's been able to keep pace with Pyro in the wet, and he has been closing that gap very slowly, but he's been closing the gap. It's now down to 1.4, 1.3, but this penalty is going to set him back. Stiggy does have the tire advantage with the wets, whereas Pyro's on the intermediate.
Because I'm wondering it.
Go ahead, Casual.
I was going to say, I'm wondering with Pyro being on enters, if he's going to try to run long. Because, it's like, if you're on west, then maybe you want to try and go in as soon as you feel comfortable. So, I'm curious about that.
Being that there's, again, fewer drivers on this track, it should last a little bit longer. But also being at the front, the first place driver has the wettest track.
Yep.
Every driver behind the track is a little bit drier, so maybe banking on that as well.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm not sure was mentioned is that serving a penalty in the rain, I believe you slow down less since you have less braking power. So Stiggy was actually able to stay. He's actually still within slipstream range of Pyro, so he'll be able to continue the attack even after serving that penalty. Into La Source they go.
Yep.
Both drivers getting a little squirrely, but keeping it mostly straight.
Yeah, that gap's definitely getting smaller at times.
And I think right now Stiggy might be just outside of slipstream range, but no, he got a really good exit out of Radeon, so
Yeah.
he's right back in slipstream range. Oh, and Pyro also picks up a half-second penalty, so not only did he mess up the exit, but he also cut or went wide somewhere and caused himself another half-second penalty.
He smells blood in the water now.
At this point.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're experiencing more rain or what, but it looks like right now at this stage he's really struggling to keep that car moving forward.
Yeah, Siggy and the Catbird just trying to stay with Pyro now. Because that half second loses you essentially about a second or so.
Oh, Stiggy's going to make the move. It looked like Pyro let Stiggy by. I saw the left turn signal flashing, so yeah, I think Pyro was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna relax for this stage. I'm gonna just try to manage this car until this rain stops, and then once the track starts drying up, that's when I'm gonna start making my moves.
I see. All right.
So right now we're watching Horn of Plenty, about 20 seconds behind the race for P1 and P2. He's on the inters, and from what I can see on the moisture meter, looks like they are right at the threshold of wet tires, so they may have gotten past all the rain.
Yeah, looks like it. Starting to go down a little bit.
You can definitely see the moisture meter dropping and dropping. So yeah, this will be that stage of the race where the intermediate driver is going to have a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, so that means Pyro is probably going to slowly catch up to Stiggy.
Yeah, most of the other drivers are spread out quite significantly. It looks like the battle for P1 is our current closest battle. Gap is sitting at about 2.5 seconds. Pretty soon Stiggy is going to start wanting to avoid that dry line that'll be forming shortly. That way he can minimize the temperature of those wet tires to drive him as long as he needs to get back onto the slicks. Pyro taking about a half second out of that lead. Oh, did I see Stiggy with the half-second penalty?
Yep.
So last race we saw P2 getting penalties. Now P1 is always getting penalties. So now that Pyro has the tire advantage and Stiggy has that half-second penalty, we might anticipate Pyro attacking Stiggy within the next lap or two.
Yeah.
While we were watching that, Angry Fredbird just picked up a penalty coming out of Radion. He was really starting to close in on Skellington. That battle for P4, he's caught up to Skellington, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it.
But we're only barely halfway past this race, so drivers still have plenty of time to make moves. We have a whole nother series of pit stops to make, so anything can happen. We've seen it in pretty much every other race so far.
Yeah, and Pyro's caught up enough that he's going to get Stiggy once he takes his penalty.
Looks like Angry Fredbird might be eyeing a move on Skellington, but says no, not just yet. But you can definitely tell the difference in grip now between the inters and the wets. I do believe Skellington is on the wets.
Yeah, there is a Skellington's on the wet, so Angry Fredbird has the tire advantage here.
Fredbird's getting ready to take his penalty.
I'm guessing Fredbird's probably going to dive off to the wet side of the track to minimize that penalty loss.
Alright.
And he's still fairly close. But while all that's happening, it looks like Leo is catching back up to these two after his second spin. He's now within slipstream range of Fredbird. So we might see Leo making some more moves within the next couple of laps. PHG Pyro is now in the lead comfortably. He has a 3-second gap over PHG Stiggy. Yeah, so the moisture meter is still reflecting intermediate weather, so the wet drivers are going to have to hold off maybe a little bit longer. Casual, in your last race, you had all the information available, the radar. What your decision to pit when you pit? What brought you to that decision?
I was looking at the meter.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got, sorry to interrupt. We got Fredbird
Yeah.
trying to go down the inside of
Yeah.
Skellington.
And Leo's
Fredbird does make it stick.
Leo's back there as well.
Yep, Leo is also threatening to take P5 away from Skellington. Will he lose 2 positions in 2 corners?
Oop.
No, looks like Skeleton's going to hold on for a bit longer. Leo going around the outside, sticking to that rain line for right now.
All right. Let's see. There we go.
And Fredbird just absolutely took off.
Yeah.
After making this move. Those intermediates are really coming into life. Fredbird is already 3 seconds ahead of Skellington. Leo, looks like he tried to make a move around the outside of Skellington going into the second chicane.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite make it stick.
But yeah, I was looking at the water level to answer your question, by the way. Oop. Yeah,
we have Leo going down the inside.
Yep.
Alright, Leo finally makes it around Skellington as they approach the final long straight, entering Blanchimont. Skellington's going to get a really nice draft going up into this final corner, though.
Yeah.
He's not going to be close enough to attack going into bus stop.
Not really. Not at this one.
So Leo has officially made his way back up into P5.
I think I saw...
Did I see Fredbird went into the pits, I believe?
Yeah. Skellington, I think? Yeah.
The Skellington went to the pits, okay. So the first and only driver so far to pit onto the slicks. I misjudged it last race. Casual, when you had made your pit stop, I suspected it was a lap too soon. But you made it work, so I don't know, maybe PHG Skellington is making the genius strategy call.
Maybe.
We'll find out in a little bit.
But yeah, I made a mental effort to not overdrive it, because it's really easy to overdrive it. I was like, don't do that. It's going to be all pain and suffering if that happens.
Yeah, you just get a single tire on that wet line or on that curb, and you're in for a world of hurt.
So I think he'll be able to make up some time, Skellington. Okay, he did what I did.
Is there anything else happening on track at the moment?
Don't really look like
No,
it.
I'm not seeing anything right now. Seems to be that people are pretty spread out. Pyro has checked out Stiggy. He has a 10-second lead now over second place.
All right, well, we are currently on board with Skellington. Again, he's the first driver to pit he's on mediums now. So we'll take a look at his progress. Looks like there is a dry enough line. Taking it really careful.
Our leader, Pyro, got himself a penalty.
Yeah, Skellington is being extremely careful, doing everything he can to avoid that wet line.
I was hoping Stiggy was going to box, but he's going another lap. Because the longer he stays out on those wets, the more time he's going to lose to Pyro.
And then it's just going to be a question of what Pyro does. Does he pit for mediums, or does he extend the intermediates and then go long enough to do his final stint on softs?
I see
Horn. He is him.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Skellington's still doing really well to keep the car on track. Not quite the pace that I would expect, but I guess he's more so just thinking, I'm just going to keep the car on track, because a spin, like you said, Salamander, is going to be a lot more costly than just, driving gingerly around the course.
All right. Keeping an eye on Horn to see which compound he ends up going. forget if he started on hards or mediums. Oh,
Only started on medium.
huh, okay. So yeah, it will have to be on hards then.
And T. Calvert also coming into the pits.
Okay.
Skellington will elect to stay out for at least one more lap.
And I don't blame him, but he's taking it nice and easy on that pit exit.
Well, Skellington was the first one to pit.
Oh, right. Sorry. I don't know what I was
Yeah.
thinking. Of course he's going to stay out.
Yeah.
So Horner Plenty on the racing hards to finish the race. We got 10 laps left at this point. And again, as we saw in other races, anything can happen. This race is far from over.
All right, let's.
PHG Pyro now with a 12-second lead
Yeah.
over Stiggy. I'm looking at the time guy. I guess you said he served a penalty in that last lap, right?
Yeah, he had a penalty, so he served that. Let's see. Stiggy, are you going another lap or are you? Oh, Stiggy's going in.
So Stiggy will pit for slicks. We still have Pyro and Angry Fredbird left to pit. I believe Leo and Slow-Mo are also due a pit stop as well.
Yep. Fredbird
elects to stay out. Leo on those worn wets. Oh, now sporting a half-second penalty. I believe, yeah, I would imagine he would pit off of those tires. Excuse me. Slow-Mo on the inters will elect to do another lap. Yeah, so I believe it's just Pyro, Fredbird, and Slow-Mo are the ones that are still running on either wets or inters. So let's see if Horn of Plenty can gain any time on those who just pit for slicks on this lap. Looks like Stiggy is well clear. Looks like Leo might be well clear as well.
Yes.
Let's see, when is Leo's refueling going to start? Actually, Leo may not be clear. He hasn't even refueled yet.
Yeah. Now he's refueling.
Man, this pit stop is time consuming. So Horn of Plenty does go through. So Leo is demoted back to P6. And with that half-second penalty, he's going to have his work cut out to try to gain P5 back. Skellington after La Source coming down the main straight approaching Eau Rouge as Leo is exiting the pits. Might be really close between these two. Skellington is going to have the speed advantage as they come down Kemmel Straight. I think Leo is safe for now. Yeah, so the gap's going to be just under 5 seconds. So even after serving that half-second penalty, Leo will be able to maintain P6.
Yeah, and they're both on the same compound. They're on mediums.
Leo went wide.
Pyro is still not pitting. His inters are looking worse for wear.
Yeah.
I really want to see how much more he can get out of those tires.
Same for Fredbird as well.
Yeah, they are really getting the most out of those inters. Let's see if Fredbird copies Pyro or if he's going to go for an undercut and maybe try to get back some of that lead. And he is coming into the pits now.
Yep.
Slow-Mo, his tires are looking even worse. I would imagine he'd be coming in for new tires at this point.
Yes,
and he does.
All right.
Now, it looks like Stiggy will come back around to regain P2. Keeping it clean, coming out of bus stop. It's outlap.
Okay.
Complete. Horn of Plenty. Let's see if he can steal another position or two from Slow-Mo or Angry Fredbird.
Might be able to.
Again, this pit stop here is, I believe, the longest in the game. It's one of the few places where you can actually see the cars driving to the pit box and out of it. All right, so Angry Fredbird is...
Looks like
He is...
Should be
waiting for him
coming
to
out
leave
on
the
medium.
pits.
yeah.
Should be
And-
exiting now.
And
Horn
Horn of Plenty
will get
will
him.
take them both. So Horn of Plenty up into the final podium position. It's got a 14, almost 15 second gap to P2. That might be a challenge considering Stiggy is on a medium tire.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like
Skeleton.
Slow-Mo came out on racing mediums. He also started on racing mediums.
Oh. Nearly got together, but Slow-Mo will end up slotting behind Skellington in P7. Leo does now move back up into P5. We'll take a look here. Yeah, I think Skellington was smart to move to the left just a little bit to give Leo room to join the track.
All right.
Pyro finally coming into the pits. He's gonna have 7 laps to do. I would imagine he might actually go onto the softs.
Yeah.
I think seven laps on softs might be doable.
So.
Those things may not be doing very well by the end.
Yeah. I actually think Pyro probably lost some time going for as long as he did. I think we could possibly see Stiggy and Pyro together.
Well, I think Stiggy was about, I think it was like 12 or 13 seconds behind when he made his pit stop. Oh,
Yeah.
almost spins out going into bus
Ooh-wee.
stop.
Yes, and Pyro's coming out now.
Going to be.
Still
Yeah.
have a decent lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't need much fuel either, so that shortened his pit stop.
Okay. That
He
certainly
did come out on softs.
Okay.
Okay.
So Big
Yeah,
Joe is
he-
the only driver that still has not pitted and is on intermediates.
Is he? Oh.
I wasn't even aware.
Huh. Okay.
That's why I'm here.
It's under 10 seconds, but with Siggy being on mediums and Pyro on softs, I think Pyro's going to be able to keep it as long as he keeps it facing forward.
Yeah, unless Pyro has absolutely terrible tire management, I can't imagine Stiggy would be able to challenge for P1. Then Fredbird on the hards, 19 seconds behind Stiggy. Oh no, I'm sorry, he's on the mediums. But even still, that's a monumental gap to try to close in 7 laps.
Ooh.
Really, right now, the closest
ooh.
battle on the track is between P5 and P6 with Skellington and Slow-Mo. Slow-Mo is reeling Skellington in.
Yeah,
They're
we
both
weren't
on the same tire.
looking at it, but long story short, Siggy had a couple of cold browns. All right.
So we're gonna follow this battle for P5 for just a moment. Slow-Mo trying to claw back P5 away from Skellington in the Corvette. Is Slow-Mo's on the medium? Yes, the medium tires.
Okay.
Big Joe is finally in the pits.
Nice.
Yeah, so this battle here is just going to be a straight shootout. Same tires, same drivetrain. Not exactly the same car, but they're close enough. So Horn dropped back to P7. Not entirely sure what may have happened. He's got his left turn signal on, so maybe he panicked and hit something in a scramble to keep his car straight or something. I don't know. And so now
All right.
Angry Fredbird will take over the final podium position. Leo, 4.5 seconds back.
Yeah.
He might be able to make something happen. Who knows?
It's just a matter of who can stay off the wet stuff, because everyone's on the same compound for the most part.
Big Joe also is just coming out on the soft. So him and Pyro are running soft for the final stint.
Oh, ooh, Fredbird in P3 had a big moment coming out of Rouge, and he got on the wet stuff and nearly lost it. It was like a definite Cole Brown. Okay. You go.
Touching the wet. Don't
And
want to
I
do
was
that.
like, yeah.
He did really well not to spin that.
Ooh, and
That was
Leo
very
was
well
right
controlled.
behind him.
Leo's right on him.
I just wanted to confirm. Leo did indeed start on the hards.
Correct.
So his hard compound
Mm-hmm.
was fulfilled. I just needed to double check that. Yeah, we are watching the battle for P3. Leo is rapidly closing in on Angry Fredbird.
Mm-hmm.
He is within striking distance, so just another long straight and slip attack might be able to get that bronze medal.
Okay.
I see he's sticking well to the back of his car.
And
Just needs to maximize his exit through these
Wow.
next couple of corners.
while we're keeping an eye on that, I'll keep an eye on Skellington and Slow-Mo. They're also within a second of each other.
So
For
Leo didn't
P5
quite
and
get the
P6.
best exit out of the double right-hander. Lost about a half a tenth, but still within a second, still within the slipstream.
Okay.
So as long as he can keep it moving forward, he'll be able to claw that time back. Moving back to the battle for P5, Skellington and Slow-Mo. Slow-Mo's now within slipstream range as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hard on the brakes going into bus stop. Ooh, Slow-Mo sliding to the right.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there going into the bus stop.
Leo got a great exit out of the source. Just needs to keep it clean through Eau Rouge. AR going over. Oh, he got an amazing exit out of there. But he bump drives Angry Fredbird. Wasn't able to quite move out of the way to try to make a move.
Yeah, kind of got there too soon to do anything about it.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to have to stay put for another few moments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doing his best to deal with that dirty air coming from that Genesis. Now you got to be really careful the closer you get to the car. You lose that downforce, you start losing your steering. You also start overheating your front tires. You know, it can be really damaging if you stay behind somebody for too long.
Indeed. All right.
Going through Puhan.
Keeping it tidy.
Looks like the curbs are safe to use because Leo's all over those curbs. Leo's doing pretty well to stay within striking distance. And just as I say that, he drops about a tenth and a half. Now Fredbird is on for a PB, almost a second faster than his current PB so far. Manages to escape Leo for right now, so he's free from his slipstream. Let's see if he can carry this momentum and carry this momentum and stamp his name on that P3 spot. Coming out of bus stop.
All right, not too bad.
Gap is now up to 1.6 seconds between P3 and P4.
Okay.
Fredbert, nice exit out of the source. Leo also exiting cleanly, but yeah, I think Fredbert might have the advantage at this point. Just slowly running away.
Oop. I think
I see
Horn.
Horn and
5 and
Plenty
6
coming
is
into the
heating up.
pits.
Yeah, I think Horn might be going for the soft tire.
The slow-mo still all over the back of that Corvette of Skellington.
Mm-hmm.
Had to lift a tiny bit to keep the car on track. Getting a lot of slip, but that Corvette just seems to have all the grunt going down that straight.
One thing to keep in mind, unless my notes are wrong, I believe Slow-Mo took the mediums on both sets, so he has not fulfilled his racing hard requirement.
Oh, Slow-Mo that you said did that. No, Slow-Mo did start on the hards as well.
Did he?
Yeah,
My
I'm
notes are
looking
wrong.
at the replay. He did start on hards.
I stand corrected.
Yep, so he is good to go to the finish. He's looking to make that finish P5 as he's chasing down Skellington. Doing everything he can to goad him into a mistake.
And
Skellington
Horn
is not budging.
did box for softs.
There are 3 drivers out with softs: Pyro, Horn, and Big Joe.
All right.
So we're going to go to the rear of Skellington. That ferocious Lexus RCF. It's all over that exhaust. He is really close this time around.
Oh yeah.
The question is, will he be able to make a move going into bus stop? Will he threaten going into Blanchimont? As of right now, looks like he's going to stay put.
Oop.
Back
Yeah,
way
dirty
off.
air causing him to take a much wider line than he wanted to. Tries to close the gap under braking. Oh, keeps getting it sideways going into that right-hander bus stop. I'm still pretty close as they start lap 23.
As are Fredbird and Leo. They're like separated by like 0.3.
Oh, Slow-Mo just got it wrong coming out of the source. Got a little too excited on the gas pedal. He was so close to that back bumper.
All right.
Oh, so Leo has caught back up to Angry Fredbird. These guys are just trading blows. First, Leo catches up to Fredbird, then Fredbird pulls away. Now Leo catches back up to Fredbird.
Battle
At this
for
point,
3
who
and
knows
4
what's
and the
happening.
battle for 5 and 6 are like mirror images of each other.
Fredbird doing everything he can to hold on to that final podium position.
Yeah.
On the brakes as they enter Puhan. Leo might be struggling a little bit with that dirty air, but still managing to stay pretty close. Out of the second chicane, Leo doing a really good job keeping it really close. Thinks about going around the outside, but slots back behind Angry Fredbird. Leo's going to have a great run coming out of that corner. Fredbird going a bit wide, touching the AstroTurf, but he keeps it moving forward. I don't know if that was strategic. Leo was staying out of the slipstream for a little bit. It's a better exit out of
Run
Blanchimont.
now.
Ooh, might be.
Thinks about going around the outside, but thinks better of it.
Yeah.
Slides
Switchback.
back in.
Oh.
Trying to go for a
Gonna get a run.
switchback. Gets a slightly better exit, but it's not going to be enough to make the move. It's putting Fredbird in an awkward defensive position. Fredbird early on the brakes.
Wow, we're on lap 24.
Not too much
2
longer to
laps
go.
off.
And so Fredbird was really really early on the brakes going into turn 1. And I think that disrupted Leo a little bit. Because that absolutely compromised Leo's line going into turn 1.
Lomo is all over Skellington now.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a really good chance as long as he gets a clean line through Eau Rouge. Let's see what Skellington can do to defend. Say both drivers kept it clean.
Yeah, because that Lexus does have pretty good top end.
Skellington going to play defensive. Oh.
He's
Going
going
down
for
the
it.
inside.
Oh.
So like Slow-Mo backed off, but then he
Ooh.
manages to take the inside of the second part of the chicane. But Skellington gets the switchback and then takes P5 back away from Slow-Mo. That was amazing driving from both drivers. Slow-Mo still over the back bumper of that Corvette. Slow-Mo got a really good run coming out of No Name. All right, who's going to be braver on the brakes going into Puhan? Skellington stays ahead, going a bit wide, but I believe he's going to maintain P5. That was a great defense from Skellington. All right, we're going to take a second look at that battle. So yeah, Slow-Mo, he braked early. It looks like there was some contact under braking. He released the brakes and then was going to slot in behind Skellington.
Yeah.
And then Slow-Mo with the compromised line, Skellington just sneaks up the inside and takes back that P5. So down the back straight for the second to last time. Slow-Mo trying desperately to get past Skellington. Oh, Slow-Mo goes a bit wide, and he spins!
Oh, no.
Nearly spins, but hits the wall. That might also be a penalty, unfortunately, unless the game's gonna be
Leo's
nice
right
enough to
behind
let him
Angry
slide.
Fredbird in third, too.
Ooh.
Alright, so Leo getting the slip on Skellington. Yeah, I think the dirty air just pushed him out a bit wider than he wanted to go.
Yeah.
I mean, he did good to keep the car moving forward, though.
Yeah, not the worst.
Leo just went deep into that corner trying to get up to Angry Fredbird. Angry Fredbird's getting away a little bit.
I mean, he's still within striking distance, but he's gonna have to he's gonna have to be quick with it to be able to attack on this last lap. So Leo had dropped back to about a second behind Angry Fredbird.
A few more corners for Pyro.
Well, this is what his tires look like after 7 laps. So he did a really good job conserving his tires throughout this race. Yeah, really good drive overall from Pyro. No, he didn't lead every lap, but he led almost every lap. Amazing drive from Pyro.
Pyro's like slowing down.
Yeah.
I don't think that's out of fuel. He's got some fuel. He's just doing a little showboating. Stiggy, on the other hand, has got plenty of fuel to finish this race. So he will come through to take a comfortable P2.
All right, very good.
And now our battle for P3, Leo, 6 tenths behind.
I think he went wide going to Blanchemont. Yeah.
Got a pen.
He did, yes. Picks up a half-second penalty. Fortunately, his nearest competitor is almost 30 seconds back, so... Angry Fredbird with a great podium finish. Leo with an amazing comeback drive after spinning twice, actually. Once in the beginning of the race, and then once a little bit later on. Recovers to P4. Skellington, I guess something happened to Slow-Mo because he's a bit further back now. Great defensive drive from Skellington to keep Slow-Mo behind. Pyro in chat says I was not showboating, I was messing with you guys. We saw the fuel. You can't fool us. We see everything. Horn of Plenty was in
And-
P3 at the start of the final stint, but some unfortunate circumstances demotes
Yeah.
him down to 7th. T.
Um,
Calvert will finish 8th, a lap down, and Big Joe will take P9.
okay. No. Fortunately, he couldn't. Oh, couldn't quite get fastest lap.
It was close though. It was 4 tenths
Yeah.
off, so it was a valiant effort. Well, what a race. We had action all the way throughout that race. Salamander, you want to take us through the final positions?
Sure thing. So our race winner, PHG Pyro, also with the fastest lap. P2, we got PHG Stiggy in the Alfa Romeo 4C. P3, Angry Fredbird in the Genesis. P4, we had Leo in the RX Vision Screaming Machine. P5, PHG Skellington in the Corvette. P6, Slow-Mo in the Lexus. P7, we got PHG Horn of Plenty in the 911 RSR. P8, we have T. Calvert in the M6 BMW. And I believe that's it. Or no, we have P9, we have Big Joe 603 in the Alfa Romeo 4C. And then we had a disconnect with Pub Josh 76 in P10.
Yeah, that was an amazing race. We actually have Slow Mo in the booth here. Slow Mo, how do you feel about your performance in that race?
I'm really happy about it. Very few penalties. I did have a couple little bobbles. Really awesome battle there with Skellington there at the end. So the strategy worked out exactly as I'd hoped. I was a little slower when the rain was really heavy on the intermediates, but that really helped out as the track was kind of changing from wet, super wet to dry. So that was so much fun. So much fun.
Yeah, you two put on a clinic of how to race properly. You guys were battling hard, keeping it clean. It was really great to see. Um, yeah, that was an incredible race, especially towards the end. We had two separate battles for P3 and P5, both going down to the wire. It was an absolute joy to see, absolute joy to commentate on. Um, so let's do driver of the splits. Let's start with Mr. Casual.
Um, he had a bit of an up and down race, but I think my driver is going to end up being Leo because he had an unfortunate opening stint where I guess he broke a bit too late and didn't want to knock off Pyro. So good on him for not just clattering into Pyro. But yeah, I would say it have to be Leo from me because had a recovery drive, ups and downs by the end of it, but I think he did pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, I agree. Amazing drive from Leo, considering that spin at the beginning, and then I can't remember what lap he had a second spin as well. So yeah, amazing recovery drive from Leo. Salamander, who is your pick for driver of the split?
I'm going to go with Angry Fredbird. He had a good, consistent race, and then had to spend a lot of time holding off Leo, which he did magnificently. So Angry Fredbird, I think, just ran a good, solid race. He gets my driver of the race.
Yeah, I am going to go with I'm going with Skellington. Pretty much for the same reasons as you went with Angry Fredbird. Just really good defensive drive. I try not to root against my fellow commentators, but that was an amazing race to watch. Again, I can't say that enough. Yeah, that was incredible. We had three amazing races, five great races altogether. Um, Quite the marathon today. I'm not sure if you guys have had broadcasts last this long, but I enjoyed every second of this. This was an absolute blast to spectate today.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's been an excellent weekend of racing.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, so unfortunately, at this point, we are going to have to bid you guys adieu. Again, my name is Tuzenbox, aka Velvet Thunder. It was a pleasure to commentate with Salamander and Mr. Casual and Slow Mo today as well. Salamanders, what are your goodbyes to the people?
Yeah, I mean, thanks everybody for watching. Hope to see everybody come back next week where we've got our all-star race. A bunch of different combinations we're going to have for that. So I hope everybody comes back for that. Remember, do the typical YouTube stuff. T-Case, who's running the production here, doing a good job. Remember to like and subscribe to this channel. Until next week, that's it for me. Hope to see you guys then.
All right, thank you, Salamander. And Mr. Casual, any final words?
I hope everyone had a good time hanging out in the chat and watching all the exciting racing that was happening this weekend. And remember, if you ever want to maybe try joining in the league, you feel free to join, because that's how it happened for me. I was like, I didn't wasn't around for the beginning, but I was like, you know what, let me try it out, and here I am. Maybe next time I'll be in a higher split and actually practice. But all the same, it's been a fun weekend, and hope everyone has a lovely day.
Yeah, if you are interested in joining, there is a pinned link at the top of the chat. You can check that out. It is a manufacturer series, and if you join at this point, you are forced to join with Team Dodge. I don't make up the rules. I'm just saying. Slow Mo, do you have any final farewells?
I just can't sing the praises of the PHG community loud enough. Such an awesome series, awesome racing, great racers, better people. So, get yourself in the Discord, start to meet some of the folks that you see on track here, get out on track with them, practice. I am looking forward to the coming weeks. You mentioned we've got the All-Star Week. I think Monza is the next one, which will be exciting. Record attendance for our racing this week. So shout out to all the drivers and everybody that was out on track. You guys put on an absolute spectacle this weekend. It was fantastic to be a part of. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, well, again, this is Tuzenbox, aka Velvet Thunder. Please help control the box population. Have your boxes crushed and recycled. And we will see you next week.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together.